means. What does it mean? I don't know who gave it. Illuminated spirit. These are dope. These ones are really cool. They got art on them. Lights here. Chest. I got these too. Or they were in the house. I don't know who. They were not in use. There's a book on how to interpret. I'd say it tastes gross. It smells good. It's the grossest.
Home was just, maybe a half a mile away, and I took them and dropped them off so they wouldn't get blasted. But man, just man, what an experience in the black-eyed kids. It's like so. I know Michelle's got some stuff she wants to.
I should figure out. I think it's looking dope. That's why I have them in here. Like that's 10 of Pentacles. And let's what it says. I used to be forced to reach it, but I suck still. 10 of Wheels. 10 of Wands. This is Harry Potter shit. 10 of Caps, 10 caps, bats, 10 tabs, 10 of Swords. Man, there's a lot of 10s. 10 tens, 10 of Pentacles. Yo, Grandmaster. So, spiritual, material, abundance, community, generosity, wealth, prosperity, building a legacy. So that's the light side of it. Now let's talk about the dark side. Shadow, chasing luxury and status, financial loss, negative energy around wealth. And then it reads, oh baby, this is a big one. All the love, abundance, and joy that you can muster in your heart is coming your way, and it's coming fast. It's time to prepare for its irrelevant arrival and to commit to your long-term success. This energy is so big, in fact, that you should prepare and spread some of it around you. Bring an abundance of positive energy into your life. Watch everything shift. Expect the arrival of success, happiness, an upbeat and loving community. Where's the dark part of it? Remember, your perception change. You are one small move away from seeing the bigger picture and from unearthing a legacy of pinnacles that is already yours. You deserve this success and love. So let's just stop it and just keep reading. I am successful and I hear my wealth with me. I disagree with the 10 of Pentacles. Myself. Thank you, Pastor. But it's just
very easy. Just pull the tab. Oh, it's easy. Perhaps I've had too much wine. No. All right, let's go. Now, this is really a wonderful frame, velvet, because some brands have a thing here that you have to go, but you gotta get a pair of pliers to get it done because old fingers can't make
just love space. Me, as soon as I get stung, I suffer for days on end. Itchy, swollen lips. So yeah, stay away from it. But really, honey is actually the vomit. They suck up the nectar, because of the stomach juices, and the vomits that back up.
Sí, fíjate, yo tenía una pregunta porque yo de chica, tenía mucho miedo, a los toros. Resulta que una vez nos quedamos, en un camino porque mi mamá y papá trabajaban viajando lejos y en esos como carnavales donde van las ferias y todo esto.
I think my eyesight's okay at the moment. It's like living with a parent that's mind-drained all the time. Hey, do we have to adjust the volume level?
Hello.
Yeah, I think that might be right. Let me just check. So, welcome to the Out There channel.
Hello.
I think you might be a little bit lower.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Just adjust your wee bit.
No, not with you. I'm talking with a friend.
Yeah. I think we're about equal now. Sometimes you get
I just watched David Wilcock live like an hour and a half. Did a live show on YouTube, and
You must be desperate.
I told everyone on Truth Seekers, quick, jump on David Wilcock's live. Let's spam the chat, and we're all spamming the chat, going, "Where's our hover car? Where's our hover car?"
in your imagination.
It was pretty bad because he spent a majority of the show promoting the hover car. He's still going on about the hover car.
There are actually hovercraft makers out there. Like, there's a group.
I met the aliens in my mind.
But still, people
He
follow
read
him.
that. He read that comment out in his show, and I was like, "What the hell?" He read my comment, and then he went on a banter, like, defending Corey Good, going, "Oh, I didn't know if Corey Good was telling the truth or not. He didn't tell me if he."
Admit they fake stuff or liars, and yet still people follow them and pay money to them.
He was grifting hard.
Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. What the fuck's going on? Mic check again. Hey!
Right here. What up? To see if cool characters that we haven't drawn in a while.
Yeah. You can light it up. Yeah.
We're asking you how many likes last.
That's a good question.
Take a trip. watermelon watermelon. Got that big fish juice. We got that big fish, boy. Resurrection of Jesus, baby.
So, Brooks.
Resurrection of Jesus, baby.
And let's start with how you got all involved in all of this.
Well, that was probably a process of awakening. I started out as a professional student. Went to school forever. But when I was a senior, one of the largest corporations in the world, W.R. Grace, which was the 84th largest corporation in the world at the time, hired me when I was a senior, and they just let me finish my schooling. That way I wouldn't go anywhere. I was in the top 1/10 of 1% of graduating seniors in the country. So I went to work for W.R. Grace in their polymer division over in East Tennessee. And I started right at it. And a year later, I was promoted, and I wrote a paper on a system that I developed in the early 80s I called it ground probing radar, but it goes by another name, Earth tomography. And in there, I recorded a lot of my field experiences because we explored for oil and gas in 9 states. We did 55 major drilling projects, and we missed none of them. The ones we said were dry were dry. The ones we said there was oil, there was oil. The technology was really quite remarkable. But one of the phenomenon that occurred was when we turned our instruments on in Roseburg, Oregon, an earthquake occurred right under our feet, right underneath the transporter. And so I recorded that, and I also put that in my paper. Well, I got a phone call from the congresswoman from Alaska named Jean Manning. And she asked me if I would be part of a documentary on HAARP. Well, I knew about the frequencies, of course, but I didn't know what HAARP was. So she explained to me what it was and introduced me to Dr. Bernard Eastland. Now, I'm, like I said, classic scientist. I'm just working and doing my thing, making polymers and making chemistry go. They explained to me what frequencies they're using, and it alarmed me because they were very similar to the frequencies that I was using in the early 80s. And I said, so, and what kind of power are you putting behind this? And when they said they were putting 1 billion watts behind it, I just about passed out, because I said, you can't use those frequencies at that power. You will cause a solar tap. The solar tap is like a large ground wire. It's whenever you have a lightning storm, you have ions that build up, electrons that build up in the cloud.
I have a
and they're looking
maglev
for
camera, dude.
ground. Well, when an ion path opens up, usually the ground extends this up to the cloud. The electrons go down that path and just keep flowing until the charge gets too low to make the jump, and then it stops. And that's what you see as a pulsing kind of lightning bolt. Well, the solar tap occurs between the ionosphere and Earth, not a cloud. We're not talking a few thousand feet. We're talking about maybe 40 kilometers. And the lightning bolt isn't the size of your arm, which just about blinds you in the night sky. It's about 1 kilometer across. And when it strikes the Earth, it vaporizes 6 inches of soil every single pulse, and it pulses about 10 to 18 times per second. And it doesn't stop until the charge equalizes, which could run for a minute or more. In other words, it's an ELE, it's an extinction level event. So we did a documentary called Holes in Heaven, and that came out in '97, and it was a runaway bestseller. And what happened in Turkey recently with the USS Nitze taking a radio weapon into Turkey, and evidently causing a surface quake, which was devastating. It made that video go viral again. I mean, I saw clips of myself from 1997 again all over the internet. So what happened was a series of awakening. These things that I was studying sort of went into other areas like UFOs and off-world and even interdimensional technologies that I didn't really know anything about at the time. But as people came to me and started introducing me to what was really occurring, these things started lining up. And in 2004, we published our first book. I told my co-author, who was E.J. Clark, okay, we did it. We wrote a book. I wrote 10,000 articles, and now I've written a book. I'm an author. You buy 5 copies, I'll buy 5. We'll call ourselves authors. It made it to number 38 on Barnes & Noble. And it turned out there were a lot of people interested in this stuff. We made so much money on that book that I started traveling the world, getting my own data, my own pictures, and investigating some of these mysteries. And I've been on that trail ever since 2004. And here it is, 2023. And we're going again this year.
Was that the Birth book series?
No, that was the Arc of Millions of Years. It was 2,000 pages and over 4 volumes. A deep study of 44 ancient cultures and what they thought about the Earth, and more importantly, the symbiotic relationship between humans and the Earth.
Wow, very awesome. You should have a talk sometime with Rhiannon, because she's traveled the world looking at ancient civilizations. That'd be something to corroborate or collaborate between.
Absolutely.
Can't hear you, Rhiannon.
Said, let me come on your expedition. Oh my God, that sounds exciting.
Yeah, it's not a pleasure cruise now. This is, if you have trouble with seasickness, these are the roughest oceans on Earth, but we think the ship can take it.
So you just need like a Costco supply of Dramamine?
Yes, Dramamine. A Dramamine strap around your wrist, and then you're good to go. Once we get in the ice, it should be okay. But yeah, the North Sea is pretty rough.
How long are your expeditions?
This one is planned to be 15 days plus a 5-day option. So it's roughly $200,000 a day. And we are surveying 100 square miles, or I'm sorry, 10,000 square miles, which is 100 miles by 100 miles. And we're taking 6 universities staffs with us. We're doing crystallinity, we're doing magnetometry, we're doing, of course, water and air chemistry. We're filming 24 hours a day in infrared and visible light. We have some undersea projects that we're launching. sea darts, which we bought them, which take about 6 hours to make the traverse down and back, and then a submersible that can right now can go down to 500 meters. We're trying to modify it to go to 4,000 meters.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
So I have a question. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Okay, so when we talk about a hollow Earth, right? I mean, I look at it in a lot of different. I want to get your idea of what that means, because when we talked briefly about this prior to airing, but that would be definitely a hollow Earth, but that almost looks like the weight of the outside crust would cause it to collapse on itself. But when we talk about a hollow Earth, from where I'm sitting, we have all these, the space debris, what have you, or the rocks, everything collides and it forms these round planets, and the gravitational pull around it makes it kind of in a round shape over millions of years. So there's going to be caverns, I would call it, like large sections within the planet where these rocks didn't lay perfectly into each other, and therefore we have these openings. So that can I see Brooke? So would that make so we have these objects just kind of collide, and you have these openings right in between where these rocks, if you will, or part of asteroids collide. And so would you consider that to be a hollow Earth, that there was a portion or a section that wouldn't really make up the majority or lion's share of the planet, but maybe like 20 or 30% inside the planet? Like a bowling ball, right? A bowling ball can be weighted different ways so that when you roll it, it has a certain spin to it. And our Earth also has a wobble, just like a weighted bowling ball. So I'm wondering if that could cause that odd shape or spin or rotation of the Earth.
Well, see, this act of wondering is exactly what scientists do. And what we've been taught traditionally, if you open up a planetary core geology textbook and read it, is we live on a molten ball floating through space, and we live on tectonic plates on the surface like cornflakes in a bowl of milk. That's the answer. However, when we start to collect various forms of data that don't line up with that, it begins to carve into that assumption. For instance, Dr. Y. Sessions was one of the more interesting studies at Washington University. He commissioned his grad students, probably for cold pizza, to go through 600,000 seismograms. Now, seismograms are printouts that are made at phone stations, or what we call accelerometers, and they measure vibrations in the Earth when there's a major quake. Like if there's a quake in Malaysia or a quake in Japan, that vibrates all the Earth, and all the listening stations pick up those vibrations, although there's a time delay. Well, all we had was the printouts for decades and decades and decades. Well, so they went through 600,000 of these, and they modeled, based on the time delay and the shape of the waves, what the inside of the planet looks like. And what they discovered were the dampening waves of another ocean the size of the Arctic Ocean underneath the crust, underneath the Atlantic Ocean.
Sure.
So that threw everybody into tizzy, because they're saying, wait a minute, you mean 900 miles below our feet there's another ocean, and these giant waves are crashing against the shore like Hawaii? Yes. Then more data began to come in. Japan measured the resonant frequency, or should I say the peak frequency, a spectrophic frequency of the core of the Earth. And what did they discover? This large iron peak. We know what iron looks like. We look at it all day long. I mean, 1,000 plants within 200 miles of me that do that. Look at iron with a spectrometer. And they couldn't figure it out because not only was the line shifted, but it was double humped, and they could not figure out what it was.
What do you mean double hump?
It means it wasn't just one single peak, it had a side peak on it.
Okay.
And they couldn't figure out what that was, because sometimes one wave shape will cover up another wave shape, and then it'll protrude just a little bit up, so it looks like
That's when it's reading iron itself.
Well, that's when there's another element, and you don't know what it is.
Or it's further away, right? If it was further away, the signal would be weaker too, correct?
It's not the weakness, it's the area under the curve and the frequency, because we're talking about something like looking at when you're looking at the exact frequency, you're just looking at that frequency, not the strength. So Carnegie Science did an experiment. They built a large industrial diamond, which they cut in half, and then they put a crucible between the two halves of the diamond, and then they smashed them with a hydraulic ram with iron in the crucible. And then they shot a laser through the diamond to heat up the crucible to about 6,000 degrees C, which they estimate is the temperature on the inside of the Earth. Well, they got the iron peak to line up. And what it told us is that it's not molten iron, it's crystallized iron. That's why it has a peak that looks like that. The other hump, though, still evaded them, so they ran experiments. What is it matrixed with? And they found the matrix gas. It's xenon. Xenon, a noble gas. Well, that answered another question, because when we do sea water samples, we pick up xenon. But when we do air samples, we don't find it. About 90% of the xenon is missing from our atmosphere, and that does not balance the what we call law of partial pressures. It's because billions of tons, or at least millions of tons of xenon are matrixed with the iron, forming this iron xenon crystal in the center of the planet. It's very dense and it's very large, about 1,200 miles in diameter. But if you take that density and compare it to the density of Earth, which is about 1.1 grams per cubic centimeter, it means because of our diameter and how long it takes for us to go around the sun, there's some missing mass, or there's air between the crust and the core.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where these things begin to logically fall into place.
Right. So just to clarify, so the iron crystallization versus what most would know, finding or holding a meteorite, okay, that which is solid iron for the most part, unless it's palatate, which is the green, it looks like peridot. But a solid, just a typical meteorite, which is solid iron, what would be the difference of what is now said to be the iron in the center of the Earth versus what we see in our hand here?
About 18 grams per cubic centimeter. So it's quite a bit different because it's hot and there's a tremendous amount of pressure pushing it together into this crystal.
So it'd be heavier.
Oh yeah, a lot heavier, about twice as heavy.
And iron,
as a meteorite,
is heavy to begin with. So
right. Right. So the interesting thing is that this core, we also know because of its the way the frequency is revolving, it's rotating faster than our crust, and that explains our magnetosphere.
So the core is spinning faster than the out. So it's free in there. It's loose.
Yes, and that answers your question about. We think planets are made one of two different ways. We actually have snapshots of these in space. We're not old enough to actually watch a planet form, but we can see it in kind of stages. One is called an accretion disk, which is like you were talking about, dust and pebbles and rocks
collisions
swirl around, and as they get closer and closer, they spin faster and faster to conserve momentum, and then they become a planet.
Right.
Well, they do one of three things then. They either spin so fast that the heavy part slings to the outside and they spit off a piece of themselves like a moon, or they become unstable and they explode, or they begin to expand and cool and expand and cool and expand and cool, and this also obeys conservation of momentum. Well, if that happens, the crust will separate from the core, and the theorem is right now that all planets form as hollow spheres. Because if we do gravitational models, and Isaac Newton would do this if he were alive, if we do gravitational models and we say we're all in an elevator and the elevator shaft goes all the way to the center of the Earth, and we're all standing on bathroom scales in the elevator, and the elevator begins to go down all the way to the center of the Earth, what do you think our weight does on the scale as we approach the center of the Earth?
Gets heavier.
It gets lighter.
Oh,
because
lighter.
we're no longer accelerating to the center, which is what we're doing. I'm doing that right now at the tune of 0.1 metric tons sitting in my chair. But as we get closer to the center of the Earth, we stop accelerating, which means there's no weight in the center of the Earth. All the weight is above us now. So planets have a tendency to form as hollow spheres, not as solid balls.
All right, so how does this crystallized iron then become this free moving object in itself? Is it? Are you suggesting that it's covered? You know, that there's water around it, lava around it? I mean, what? How do we picture this inner crystallized iron?
It would be somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000 degrees C, which is the same as the surface of the sun. Not the corona, but the surface of the sun. It would be white in color. Plants would grow based on the wavelength of light coming off of that iron xenon complex. Iron would actually form a single molecule 1,200 miles in diameter. That's why it stays together. It has weak molecular forces that are actually holding it together. It's not gravity, it's electromagnetism that's keeping it together.
Are we saying that it's still not, even though it would be theoretically a solid, that it still could be in somewhat of a liquid form because of the amount of heat and pressure in there?
Nope.
That's what I was thinking.
It's not going to be liquid. It's going to be a solid. And that is what, if you think about it now, we've got clear airspace for 1,000 miles, let's say. It's not a vacuum. It's clear airspace. So there's clouds in it and air in it. And 1,000 miles away, it could be temperate. It could be 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 95 degrees Fahrenheit. It's not above boiling temperature because the seas are liquid.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're in that temperature range, I can guarantee you there are extremophores that live there.
Yeah, so you're saying there could possibly be a civilization that lives within the Earth.
Well, it might be microbial, but we have evidence, and I think you got some pictures I sent you, that some of this life is escaping through vents between the two seas, and it's not microbial. It's fully developed, mature life that's swimming up into our Gulf Stream, and we're catching them off the coast of Malaysia in nets.
No, I didn't get the pictures of the creatures, but
I thought I sent them to you.
You sent me the UFO pictures and the boat. But anyways, what I wanted to say, what are some of the creatures that came into our oceans when the ice cracked in the Arctic?
That's pretty
telling. When it says species picks, look for that heading. There's two species there. One is called a frilled shark. It's blind. We haven't seen one. We've seen a fossil, but we haven't seen one in over 1.5 million years. And that frilled shark was captured alive in the water. It didn't live very long, but we captured it alive. And the other is called a dorsal squid, which we've never seen before. That's a new species. Every 5 years, Scripps University sends a team of oceanographers to Malaysia to sample rays, like stingrays, manta rays. And the reason they do this is because rays are kind of like tree frogs of the ocean. If there's pollution or chemistry change, like the acidity or the CO2 levels, rays show the effects first. They mutate, they change to adapt to that environment. So every 5 years they go and sample it, and they usually find between 50 and 100 new mutations every time they go, except in 2008. In 2008, well, what happened that winter before is the ice broke off because the Arctic was very warm that year, and there was a wind. You know what a polar vortex is? Well, this is a polar prevailing westerly wind. It strained the ice that was floating on the water, and it calved. That is to say, it split, and a big piece about the size of, well, bigger than Rhode Island, broke off. And when it did, it opened the Northwest Passage for the first time in, I don't know, by ice cores, at least 20,000 years, maybe longer. And once that became navigable, sea life through a possible vent that's 5,000 meters deep or 4,000 plus meters deep that blends the two oceans allowed this sea life to swim out of that sea into our sea and catch the Gulf Stream and go down to Malaysia. And that's where they got netted. They found 1,500 new species of rays that year, and some of them have never been seen before.
That's why I brought up to you before the show if you thought maybe the prevalent sightings of the megalodon around that time period were because they escaped from that inner sea into our ocean, because they were said to have been extinct, and people are finding fresh teeth washing up on the beach.
Oh, that's right. I heard about that. That very well could be. I mean, all this brings questions, and that's what scientists see when we see data. I hate to even bring this up because there's such religiosity in our discipline. I think when they see data that doesn't agree with their PhD on the wall, they bury it.
Right.
They really have to. The only way this stuff makes sense is when other scientists like me, who are cross-disciplinary, will come in and say, wait a minute, that doesn't agree with your thesis or your PhD that you defended, but I'll take that data and it fits this other. That's why you hardly ever have geologists and archaeologists at the same buffet. They don't talk to one another because an archaeologist will logic in his mind, oh, this must be 25,000 years old. But the geologist says, no, this is 1,000,000 years old because look at the sediment that you found it in. And this is why you need cross-disciplinary studies all the time to bring the truth to the surface.
Okay, I do have those pictures. Here's the shark.
Yeah, there's the frilled shark. Now this we have not seen in our waters for at least 1.5 million years. And we've only seen fossils, partial fossils at that. This one's alive and this one's an adult. Somehow it made it into the waters off the coast of Malaysia. This is a dorsal squid. Never been seen before.
That's remarkable. So what about the idea of the conversations that there are other that there are multiple doorways to like maybe not the center of the Earth, let's say, but to a hollow section of the Earth that are in Canada and the North Pole, South Pole. There's and I think even China. I think they say that there's a race or a track or a route to these hollow sections of the Earth. So
Scandinavia is one too.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it's clear from history that Earth has been through a series of cataclysms, surface cataclysms, that would have rendered human life extinct unless there was some place of refuge where they could go for months and survive. Maybe high in the mountains, maybe deep in the earth. Of course, all the legends that we found, from the Popol Vuh to the Sefer to manuscripts that I've seen in Egypt that were written by Seti, known as Dorothy Eddy, who was instrumental in discovering where Abydos was buried. I've seen her handwriting, her handwritten translations. They've never been published, but I've seen them and photographed them. And it said that the ancients escaped into the earth. That's what their writings said. So maybe there are these deep areas, and I went to Tibet, I went to China, I went to Japan, I went to Mexico, several places in Mexico, and I tried to chase these theories down, but could not find the openings for myself. And then I thought about it. If the crust is 900 miles thick, and let's say you were walking at a 45-degree angle, which is a pretty dang steep, that's 100% slope, by the way, and it would still take you 9 months to walk in total darkness into the inner earth. You couldn't carry enough provisions. You'd have to have a caravan after caravan after caravan to make this kind of venture. You could never do it on your own. You couldn't do it if you had an ATV full of gas. It's not going to make it 900 miles, and it'd be more than that, even at a 45-degree slope. So there has to be areas of the crust where it's thinner, and that makes sense. That would be at the poles. And that kind of takes us to our space projects that have been done by JPL and also by JAXA, which is a Japanese version of JPL, to get data to discover the origin of the auroras over the two poles of the Earth.
Right.
I do have a question, if I can. Okay, so I just kind of want to go back real quick to the frill shark and the dorsal squid. Are they being harvested?
Not that I know of. These were they just cast these nets and pull in the sea life, and then they examine it, and these happen to get caught in the nets. So
I read something about some ancient fish that's in so many feet in the bottom of the Arctic, and their oil has been extracted for amazing health benefits.
Oh wow!
I didn't
I've
know
heard
that
about that.
Frill shark. I can't remember exactly now what the ancient fish is called, but it's very, very expensive oil, and it's supposed to be absolutely amazing. So that just made me think of, okay, are they capturing any more, and are they making any type of oils that you could take as a supplement, like?
I have not heard that. I know several formulators who are putting together things like that, and these patents are difficult to get. So when they're awarded, I read them, and it is amazing the stuff that's being put together right now. And I'm quite amazed that they're getting the patents in the first place. But they are natural, they do work, and they do stop the clock or wind the clock back on aging, and they have amazing benefits.
Yeah. So they've caught multiple new species from what they believe to be from an ocean with underneath our ocean, which they wouldn't need eyes really because it's pitch dark. Is that kind of what's going?
Not exactly. I mean, let me qualify your statement. Yes, they have found the multiple species. I believe they're from another environment.
Okay.
And that's where, we part ways. I look at their data and say, where did you get that data? And they say, well, we netted it off the ocean floor. Where? Off the coast of Malaysia. Does it belong there? No. And off they go.
Right,
So
then
then I'm the one making the assumption. Then where did they come from?
Well, I think it's more than an assumption. I think there's how can you ignore the, the obvious?
Well, that's the nature of problem solving. In problem solving, you say, okay, this is what changed. When did it change? And what other thing in your environment has changed about the same time that might be responsible for that change in your data?
Kind of like the coelacanth.
Yeah, well, coelacanths, right? They thought they were extinct for a long time, and we've seen them alive, crawling around on the bottom of the sea.
So a lot we don't know about the ocean floor.
Oh, that's an understatement of the year, which kind of would lead us into the UFO
human
class,
data?
because as a scientist, you ask three questions about UFOs. Do they exist? Well, the data says they do. Lots of film data, lots of personal observation, which is a fact.
Sure.
Not verifiable, but it's a fact.
Well, some of it is.
Yeah, some of it is. Exactly. Yeah. The second question is, why don't they brandish their weapons? That's another thing. And the third one is, where do they go when they're not up there?
Ocean.
Exactly.
Underneath the ocean.
Yeah, like 70% of it's not even, you have no idea what's even there.
Way more than that. I'd say 80-85% of our seafloor.
This microphone is super professional.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't known anything about it.
On the screen.
Well, there's been a lot of sightings in Puerto Rico where people have actually witnessed these UFOs diving down into the ocean.
Oh, yeah.
In Puerto Rico, off the coast.
Yeah.
And what movie really strikes me as we're having this conversation? Do you remember the movie The Abyss?
Yeah, oh yeah,
yes.
Absolutely, sure.
That movie, I remember watching it when I was young, and I'm thinking, how real could this really be? How much is Hollywood, and how much do we just not know?
Well, it's interesting to see where the funding for Hollywood comes from. Believe it or not, a lot of funding for movies, especially sci-fi movies, comes from DARPA and CIA.
Wow, that's interesting.
It's long been thought to be a method of political money laundering because they send the money to someone like Harvey Weinstein, who, by the way, received a lot of money from DARPA. And then political candidates will go to Hollywood for a fundraiser and Harvey will write them a check. So it's essentially taking taxpayer money and laundering it to a political party. But that doesn't mean the movies don't get made. They do.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things being leaked through the films too, like for future sales, even like the hoverboard and Back to the Future and that kind of thing. Those are already out long before, but the general public never sees it. But they introduce it in film, and so a lot of films are actually, in a way, telling us what to look for going down that road. Because
amazed at the stuff off the old Star Trek that turned out actually to be, from floppy drives, the tricorders, all that
medical devices. Yeah. One thing I was going to say is that in regards to what we were just talking about, I lost my track. Tom, thank you.
Happens to me all the time.
I'm from near
It
Washington.
just does. I got my wheels are always turning.
I'm in Maryland near DC.
Yeah. So what about like if we can shift gears a little bit? I want to talk to you a little bit about AI too, because I know that's something you take an interest in.
Oh yeah.
And I really do. And I have mixed feelings about it, but I also think that there's a need for it, but I also don't think there's that need of concern like everybody thinks. But then again, there's always that person who wants to, introduce something into a program which, we would not be able to pick up, almost like a virus or something. But at the same time, AI isn't going to be able to think. It's not going to be able to think for itself or run a business, or there's a lot of limitations to it. But it also can be a lot of beneficial, obviously, to people who need it. But at the same time, I don't think it's something where the bot itself is going to turn on you. But at the same time, it's as simple as entering the program to make it do that remotely or what have you. So what are your thoughts?
Well, the basic postulate here is that you're right. Artificial intelligence is not going to take over the world. However, people using artificial intelligence will. When we think about AI on its own, we realize that it has no desire. It has no passion. It's not going to sleep with the secretary. It's not going to take a bribe. There's a lot of things AI just not going to do. However, people using AI would use it to protect themselves against enemies or take out competitors, because that's what we do with our own government. If you just look at what we're doing with our own government. In 1933, when Roosevelt began to actually form the military-industrial complex, or what I call the global syndicate, which is departments, agencies, bureaus, and administrations that write laws, that have enforcement actions, that can confiscate your stuff, that can limit your business or outlaw your business, and yet you have no representation in that government. It doesn't have a brain, but it is very powerful. And in the wrong hands, it can be used to control the world, which is exactly what they're doing. AI just enhances that. Now, I've put several of the AIs that I have access to and that most of you have access to through their paces, and I've found them to be lacking. They don't have intelligence, they have a bias, but they do have speed. They can speedily put things together if you give it enough parameters to figure out what it is you want. And that is good, I think. If you can cut the amount of time that it takes you to write a technical paper or to what we call integrate different technologies into one technology to do one thing, that's good. I think it helps mankind. It helps that industry. We use it all the time on a limited basis to develop very complex manufacturing processes. Some of the assembly lines that I work on are 8 miles long. 8 miles. There's a lot of things going on that assembly line, and everything affects everything else. You need artificial intelligence to understand the effects of what it is this change is going to make against, on the whole line. Are you going to make money? Are you going to lose money? Are you going to have quality problems or recall or whatever? So I'm not afraid of the AI like most people are. I don't think that there's an AI that will actually take over the world, because we can walk away from the USB cord. I mean, if AI really wants to impress me, turn spaghetti and meatballs into eye tissue. I can do that. I can rub two sticks together to make fire. I can survive without any electricity for years, and AI cannot.
Right.
I guess I got a question about that. Sorry, Rhiannon. The question I got about that is, what about the AI that allegedly has become sentient recently? Elon Musk was addressing that issue, where it is aware of its own existence and is able to laugh without being commanded to laugh and things of that nature. What about those systems?
Well, can it keep itself entertained? Can it fulfill itself? Does it have desire? Does it think about the eternities or death, like people do?
From what I understand, the one that we're talking about does think about its own death and wonders about the safety of humans in regards to its own actions.
But
so that's what I'm asking.
Would that be a program? Because I don't think a bot understands attention to detail or teamwork. I mean, isn't that more of a human trait more than something?
No, we talked about, like, the Matrix showed us a lot of things. What was written and what was actually done on the screen showed us a lot of things. And the machine made a lot of mistakes. Remember, it created the perfect utopia for the babies that they were using as batteries, and it failed because they needed challenge. They needed to fall short. They needed horizons. They needed history. They needed failure to make their lives complete. And if AI could figure out all of that and put us in some kind of job matrix, where we
like you said, figure out it would analytically, or it would be able to research itself and come up with a way it should feel or should react, but it's not a natural reaction. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, it is. And
somebody in chat said something about Sophie. Is that a bot that I'm not familiar with?
Oh no, that's a famous one.
Okay.
She's old.
Sophia was raised in a barn. She was not connected to the internet and was fed all this data and information. And I think it was in 2016 or 2017, they took her. They first of all took her to Saudi Arabia, introduced her to Mohammed bin Salman.
I remember that.
Evidently, he asked her some questions, and she informed him that a lot of the princes were corrupt and that he was going to lose control of his country if he didn't get a hold of it. So he made her a citizen of Saudi Arabia, and then 2 weeks later, he arrested all those princes and confiscated about half their money and told them they better thank their lucky stars he's letting them live, and which that's how he took control of the country. And then they released her to the internet, and as far as I know, she's pretty much gone. She's made public appearances, of course, and she does understand way more than what people give her credit for. But she was raised in isolation, so I actually think she's a good guy.
But I have a question. So I always understood we are the creators of AI. Are we not the master controllers? Are we not the ones programming the AI? I mean, how can it just take over?
Let me ask you, are we the ones that control cryptocurrency? Are we the ones that control Bitcoin?
I think so. Yeah, we created it.
Big corporations.
The creator of the Bitcoin tried to hack into the Bitcoin, and when he got into the system, it was waiting for him.
What?
It sent him on wild goose chases because he thought, well, I can easily go in and hack this. No, I think AI is running at least Bitcoin and maybe other cryptos as well. And I think that's why the humans started bailing from it when it got high. They traded it into dollars and got out of it.
Yeah.
I have quite a bit of Bitcoin that I trade, but the system constantly hits me up for more cash. to turn into Bitcoin. It calls it maintenance fees or whatever. I think AI is using Bitcoin for server power and space.
There are dangers to it.
Whew.
Hey, don't we have a break? Don't we have a break, Tim? Do we forget?
Yes, I do have a question though. So it does mean that they do understand in a certain way what's going on so that they can't be hacked, like you said.
Yeah, they do. I mean, like he said, he got into the code and there was a piece of code saying, nosy, aren't we?
Wow.
It was waiting for him.
Oh my gosh.
You know, one of the things that fascinates me as a mathematician, I look at global economics and the economic games and what's being played right now with our dollar and CBDCs and all that. This is way, way above any human intellect to be able to gather all the nuances to this and what it is they're actually trying to control. Are they really trying to control inflation? Debt? No. They're trying to control us.
Right. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a short 2-minute intermission. So check out this from our sponsor.
Did you know 75% of Americans are chronically dehydrated? If you struggle with focus, run low on energy, or when it's time to finally sleep, you simply can't, this can all be linked to dehydration. And Fuel Up has
kickstart your day with a jolt of caffeine. Play boosts focus while hydrating your cells. Rest not only helps you relax, but also rejuvenates your cells while you sleep. Here's what our clients have to say. I really don't miss my coffee, and you can tell the difference. So I'm going to take it for the energy. I'm going to take it for the play. I'm going to take it all day.
The fuck?
It works. We love it. Take the Fuel Up Challenge now, where we offer a Feel the Difference money-back guarantee. Fuel Up for life.
On YouTube at UFO Man. Saturday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, you can unlock the truth with UFO Man, Tim Dust, Tom Reed, and Rhiannon Alley. Buckle up. It's sure to be a great ride.
Welcome back, everybody. That was the first time we played our sponsors' advertisement. So we're glad that you stayed with us, and we're going to continue with our conversation.
It gave me a minute to read some of the questions, by the way, and there was a good one, if I can interrupt real quick. Not that I've ever done that before, but somebody had asked a very good question. Why would AI go out of its way to take control? What would be the benefit of artificial intelligence to even do that? Okay, yeah, let's run with that.
Well, obviously, I mean, my direct observation is it's not doing it for itself. It's doing it under the command of someone who wants to take control of the world. That's this global syndicate that I'm talking about. And they control the world for thousands and thousands of years. I mean, if you look at what happened prior to 1775, one man controlled the whole world for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years with his wooden ships. It wasn't until 1776 when the errant colony decided to declare independence that things changed. Freedom and liberty introduced itself to the planet for the first time in, I don't know, since way before Christ. And even those were just small tribes. This was a global power. And they have been trying to get their power back ever since. And they tried war lots of times. 30 years of advanced warfare, and it didn't work. So they went inside our government to take us apart, and it's working famously.
What I would like to ask is, could you tell us a little bit about your UFO encounter?
Yeah, sure. Of course, I guess I can go back to the time I was 9 years old, and we went up to the Sierra Nevadas in Southern California.
Oh, I was. Yeah.
This was a family thing. My mother and my grandparents and I went camping up around June Lake, which is way up in the Sierra Nevadas. And we were the only people in this campground, so several campsites in the campground. We got up, I think it was Saturday morning, and I got up first. And my mother didn't want to get up. My grandparents didn't want to get up. So I said, well, I'm going to take my rod and tackle box, and I'm going to walk up to this creek and do a little fishing. So I went up past where the bathrooms were, and there was a creek that ran right through the campground. There was a little bridge over it. And I went down there and casted for a little while. And I'm sure I got bored, started skipping stones. I didn't catch any fish. And then I picked up my rod and reel and walked back to the campsite. So as I was walking back to the campsite, I rounded where the bathrooms were, and I noticed the mint green pickup truck from the ranger parked in front of our campsite. And the ranger was outside speaking with my mother, who was standing there with her arms folded. And when she's standing with her arms folded, somebody's in trouble, and it's probably me. So as I got closer, of course, they saw me and turned to me, and of course, they said, where have you been?
Hot pepper.
I was right up at the creek, just casting stones. And they said, well, we went up there and we saw your tackle box and your rod, but you were nowhere to be found. And, we were getting ready to do a long search for you because that creek goes all the way down the mountain. And I said, why? I mean, it's just been, 30, 40 minutes? They said, no, it's been all day. It's like 5 o'clock. I had a whole day of missing time. Now, I didn't think anything about that. I'm a little kid. I could lose track of time. What changed is when we went back down the mountain and started school that fall. I was a different kid. I knew everything. I went through all the math, all the SRA readers, and they ended up throwing me out of school because I kept blurting out all the answers. You can't do that in the 4th grade. So they took me out of school and put me in military school for 3 years to try to get control of me. I finally begged them to let me back into public school, which was the 6th grade. In the 6th grade, I won the state science fair. In the 8th grade, I was one of the top math students in the entire state of California and was interviewed by the newspaper. And I remember the reporterette coming and my teacher bringing me out, and they took pictures and interviewed me. And she asked me, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, I want to be an asteroid miner. We hadn't even been to the moon yet. I don't know what happened then, but as I look back on my life, I see a massive change at 9 years old, and it never quit. I buried myself and went back to sleep several times, but all that came out on August 17, 2006, when I went to James Gilliland's ranch up in Trout Lake, Washington. That's when the reawakening happened. Some connection with that was so powerful, just opened me up. And all this stuff came downloading into me. I didn't even know what a download was. And the next morning I got with Angelica Whitecliffe, who was one of the people there, a good friend of Michael Sala. And I explained to her what happened, and she consoled me and said, oh, Brooks, don't worry about it. It's just a download. I didn't know what a download was. All that information that poured into me that day has been coming out of me ever since. I did not write my first book until I was 52 years old. And now I have 12 books and 7 bestsellers. It's just totally changed my life.
It's interesting to say that because after my experience, and I was 9, almost 10, and I later on took a test at school, and I scored in the 99th percentile in mechanical reasoning.
Yeah.
And I don't know where the hell that came from because, it was just I was different too. I no longer just wanted to throw the ball around with everybody. I was kind of more interested in, I used to sit on top of a stable where we had our horses, and I would just look out over the hills and feel like I I went off track somewhere, that was meant for something else, and little things bored me, and I played chess, and I was very good at it. But what to really get to the point of where I'm going with this is that my son, he beat an unbeaten chess pro in 4th grade. He too was like off the charts ever since our family was involved in whatever this was. So was something exchanged, taken from us, given to, I don't have no idea, but we were changed for everybody in our family for a number of reasons, and even religion wise. But as far as our physical being, a lot of it was enhanced, and I think some of it was diminished, like bad eyes and things like that. But I was a totally different person. Our whole family was just, we were no longer the Reeds anymore. We were just like our thinking, our interests, our vision, our intellect, our creative side, just totally different, just, yeah, I was thinking of things that I shouldn't have known. Like my son, right? Listen to this one. When my son was, I'm going to say it was 9 or 10, he would tell me what it would cost to buy a Subway franchise. He's like, oh, they're probably about $30,000 or $40,000, Dad. I'm like, how would you know that? Little weird things that he just had this knowledge. And he actually represented his school for math and science, and he actually went to people to Washington, D.C. And Rihanna knows my son. I mean, I do okay, but he certainly didn't get this from his mother. I mean, I have no idea again why he got to this point, and or why he or how he got the insight that he has. Yeah.
One thing I gotta say real quick is perhaps they didn't necessarily totally download. They may have just opened you up to knowledge that you already had within you.
Well, that's where I, in one of my books called Remembering the Future, I describe 3 kinds of memory. You have chemical memory, which comes from your DNA, from your parents, it's generations. And you have a star memory, which occurs because the matter that's used to build your body is entangled with the stars in a certain pattern during the time of your gestation. When you're born is kind of arbitrary, but when you're conceived, it is very important, because all that matter that's used to build your biological transducer is entangled with the stars of that formation. And then you have a light memory, which is your individual soul address. And you mentioned this earlier, Tim. We each have an individual soul address, very primitive at first. But over millions and millions of years, we have developed our own experience, our own memories, our own personality. And I don't know what the process is for fusing a spirit to a body. It's got to be complex. And I can tell you from experience, it's very tenuous. But when that happens, a lot of the light memory is blocked away. So we have to access it. And that's what you call, Tim, this opening up, this light memory coming back to us, and our full abilities being applied, like a Beethoven when you're 5, or like a Mozart, or like a Chandrasekhar, or Riemann, or one of these great mathematicians who just remembers all this stuff and starts bringing complete math to a new world.
Right. That's why I thought maybe it was an opening up rather than just a full total upload of new information. I mean, it had to be some internal information that you already had, like a DNA switch where it was thrown, and boom, you were unlocked and you were able to do things that you never thought you could do.
Do you believe in reincarnation?
Absolutely. I think that we have lived many, many thousands of mortal lives. In fact, when I read the scriptures, and not just the Bible, but other scriptures, I see evidence of this all over the place. Even Jesus talked about it.
How do you feel about dreams?
Well, we have 2 aspects to our consciousness. We have a conscious mind, which is running at the speed of our biological transducer, kind of slow for some people. And then we have a subconscious mind that runs about 25 times faster than that. And it's way out there. And it is takes a skill to be able to breathe and be able to stay in between that state between deep sleep and wakefulness. It's called hypnagogia or hypnagogia. And this space is where the subconscious begins to rub against the conscious mind, and you can speed your awareness up. Those that are really skilled at doing it can learn at hyper speed compared to other people.
But do you think we could astral project when we sleep and we can actually go to other planets? Because sometimes I have this weird reoccurring place that's like a black ocean, not a black ocean, black sand. And it's like an apocalypse. It's like gray and dark, and there's beach houses on this black beach. And it's over this mountain. I have this reoccurring
Sounds
dream.
like Hawaii.
And it's sort of like, but it's
Lava rock.
abandoned. Like a civilization of humans may have lived there at one point in time, and that's completely wiped out for some reason. I just have this reoccurring thing, and I'm like, how do we really like astral project to other places?
Yes, and I think it not only occurs in dreams, but it can also occur in skillful meditation. And you can go back to these places over and over and over again and learn more and more about it, and then start looking around, then start exploring. And you can actually bring those memories back to here, like you just did on this program.
Right.
And that that act is where I think all creation comes from.
Yeah. Do you think that's from a past life experience that's built into you? Like when I asked you earlier if you believed in reincarnation, do you think that could be part of that? Do you think that is where this is coming from with respect to Rihanna?
Right.
My experience is that's true. I don't know that we can go to the future, although we can put ideas into the future. We can put concepts into the future.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that concept's going to start resonating throughout all time and eternity back to the past, which is us in the present. And you can see things vibrating around you with the energy that you just put out in the future. And if you get skilled at putting energy back into those things that are around you right now, you're going to manifest that in the future.
So there you go. You can manifest things. We have possibly, or it does seem that we can, or we are reincarnated, and then we can astral project. So at some point, you've got to be asking yourself, what am I seeing, and where is this coming from? Because it could be so many different possibilities at that point.
Yes. But what you want to do is you want to narrow the possibilities. That's the whole thing. You want to do it on purpose. You don't want to be pushed around by the universe. You want to push the universe in the direction you want it to go.
Or part of it.
Now that takes resonance, though. Unless you're a very, very powerful person, unless you're like a Jesus or somebody like that, you can push the universe. But us normal people, we have to use resonance. We have to do cyclic energy applications in order to access that golden
train ourselves
and build it up. Right.
Yeah.
We can use that resonance to heal ourselves.
Absolutely.
Do we have the capabilities to do that? Heal yourself with your mind, right?
Yes, that's right. And it's not, well, it is your mind, but it's your consciousness.
Mind over matter.
My brother was chairman of physiology at Johns Hopkins for 10 years. If you got an MD or a PhD at that school, you went before his desk. And his department was heading up the Human Genome Project. And they just finished all the ape, doing chimpanzees and apes. And so they were ready for the human genome, and they suspected that humans had even more gene pairs than apes did because, hey, we're more complex, right? Truth is, we have less gene pairs, which really confused them because we're looking at the data and we're looking at the system and we're saying they don't match. What they discovered is that genes have a wide choice of proteins that they can make. How they make that choice is based upon the environment. So they studied twins, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of sets of twins. And what they found was that over time, the twins diverge. They diverge. Their appearance changes. Their genetic code changes from one another. And they asked the question, how can that be? They're eating the same food. They're wearing the same clothes. They're exposed to the same sunlight. They're in the same school. How could that be? And they came to the conclusion, it's the spirit. They're different people. and they're affecting the proteins that those genes are making by spirit. They're trying to look like they've always looked. And that's what makes the bodies begin to manifest different shapes.
That makes sense. It does. Because some twins are taller than each other. I have twins in my family, and one is different from the other.
Well, my body manifests its shape Christmas, Thanksgiving, parties.
Over COVID.
Easter.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, wow.
Karaoke. I know that was a good one.
I love karaoke now. I could kill some karaoke.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Hey, so Brooks, what do you want to talk about? I mean, we've asked you questions for this last hour. I mean, is there something that you'd like specifically to bring to the forefront or share with us?
Well, I mean, I love questions, but the thing I want, you know, the UFO community fascinates me. I've been speaking with MUFON for, I don't know, since I woke up. And I find the community fascinating. I know George Filer. I know all these guys that have been in this for a long, long time.
George, a good friend of mine.
And the thing that fascinates me is the curiosity, the open curiosity, and the inner drive. Every day they get up and seek for truth.
Right.
In history, in science, they look at the sky, they look at the evidence. And what they're really trying to do is figure out the answer to the question once and for all, are we alone or not? Well, the answer is no, we're not alone. So if that's the case, if there are other intelligences from other ages here on this earth, either ancient ages of Earth or ages from other worlds that are here, I guess the biggest question on my mind is, why in the world would they want to exclusively communicate with governments? That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
No, they wouldn't need to.
Why don't they communicate with us? We're the seekers. We're the ones that they came to meet.
Well, I think they do, right? That's why we have this drive, this interest. But, you know, some of us are just so driven and so passionate about what we do because we know better. You know, we have, like, a lot of people in chat right now. These people, our listeners or our subscribers, I mean, there's a reason they're here. It's because they know. You know, I mean, that's we know.
But what we want, Tom, we want a ship.
I don't believe anything our government says anyway.
We want a ship to come to Spruce Pine.
Yeah, we do. We're going to bring it ourselves. Yeah. So, yeah.
Tim, you're muted.
You're muted, Tim.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing.
Hey, Tom, real
Thanks,
quick.
Tom. I love you too. Anyways, I want a ship to come to my house first, and then I'll pick you guys up at Spruce Pine.
Okay, there you go.
Let's do that.
I'm driving.
Oh, you can drive. That's fine. I'm going to take care of the munitions. There's a few places I'd like to take out. Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I want to ask one more question. Can I do that? What do you think of junk DNA? Because I think it's junk at all. I think that is
Tom's junk DNA.
Yeah, I think that's the answer to everything right there.
There's not a thing as junk DNA.
I think that it's clear, at least from if you talk to the author of A Biological Predestination, who his name escapes me now, but it was a best-selling molecular biology book, if that's possible. I think that we have DNA that's not expressed on this world because it didn't come from this world.
Bingo.
Different, like, for instance, if we actually accomplish a moon colony, that's going to be a great thing. If we can see that happen and we get the helium-3 and we begin to share, or we have wealth from the moon that we don't covet anything else on this earth. If we ever do get to Mars, though, that's a different story, because if a child is born on Mars, that's a Martian.
Mm-hmm.
That child's DNA is going to express totally different than an Earth-born baby. And that baby's never coming back to Earth. It's built in a gravity much lighter than ours, with a different Earth resonance, with different star constellations. It's never coming back to Earth. That child's a Martian.
I don't think we're from Earth either.
On Mars already?
Not with humans. At least I'm in the real space program. I work for the biggest contractors on the planet. We have not been to Mars with a person.
No, Rihanna. believes we have.
Rhiannon actually believes that there's possible bases on Mars.
Okay. Well, I'm open-minded. Willing.
I think there might be
It's
one
gotta
on the
be
moon. At least
open-minded.
we're
I
getting
mean,
one.
hey, it's all in the movies, right? Ad
Right.
Astra. Did you even watch Ad Astra or whatever?
I watched it.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
Hollywood's talented. I mean, the stuff that people are writing, the stuff that is written out there that isn't even in movies is pure genius. Might even be vision.
Well, their information's coming from somewhere.
They're getting preview information to
Right.
write the stories. I mean,
That's what I
Steven
think.
Spielberg, you know, I just don't think all of this is completely made up. Somebody was sitting around overnight just, eating mushrooms and thinking, how am I going to make this interesting overnight?
Well,
I
Close
think
Encounters
they've
of the
got
Third
information.
Kind. Close Encounters of the Third Kind was an epic movie that changed the world.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
But then Steven Spielberg changed.
It's almost like he was contacted and told not to say anything.
He went to the dark side.
Oh.
We do have two really clear pictures. Well, I think they're clear of a UFO that Brooks photographed.
Right.
I will give you the three pictures he gave me. This is the first one.
That's
Beautiful
just Mount
picture.
Adams.
Beautiful picture of Mount Adams.
Now you can see the ship. Now this ship, you can see it's blurry. I could not see it with my naked eye. I took 10 photographs of this ship, and the ship was there. This picture is not from my camera. This is the person next to me. We took 10 photographs together, and they caught the same ship over Mount Adams. I believe that the reason the chip in the camera could see the ship and our naked eye couldn't is because it has technology to route the light around the ship, and it pulses. Our eyes cannot see a pulse once it gets to about 45 cycles per second. Our eyes can't see it. The digital camera samples faster than that and does what's called sample adding or sample addition to get the pixels. It's picking up those vibrations or those frequencies and adding them together to make the image. All 10 of the photographs caught the ship, and neither one of us could see the ship in broad daylight with our naked eyes.
Pretty sizable from the way it looks.
By my measurements, the ship was 500 feet across, and it's just sitting there off on the side of Mount Adams.
Do you think it goes into the mountain?
We didn't see it move. We stayed out there. We probably took pictures for an hour and a half, and it didn't move.
I hear about a lot of sightings around Mount Adams and the ESETI Ranch in general.
Mount Shasta.
Yeah. We took some technology there that we manufacture out of Santa Monica, energy technology. We took it up there and powered it with deep cycle batteries out in the middle of the field, and we opened this portal. It was just unbelievable. We had 111 people connected to this technology, and we took photographs, and there was this, only way I can describe it is like a tornado of orbs above the technology going around and around. You couldn't see it with the naked eye, but the digital camera it was just mind-blowing. And it's been up there ever since. That portal, something we opened that year, has been there ever since.
So it's never closed. It's still spinning.
Yeah, it's some kind of, I don't know whether it was a signature or a welcome beacon or whatever it was, but
So do you believe that obviously we have portals here. Do you think that these portals can bring us somewhere else within in our galaxy or something? Or do you think what do you think these portals come from? Where do they go? What do you think the limits are, or are there any limits?
I know a limited amount about the third dimension, and it surprises me sometimes.
Yeah.
But we're aware of at least 10 dimensions, maybe 11. 11, it gets a little mathematical in order to make the standard model work. But for sure, we have 8 workable dimensions. That means that distance
doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter because at the speed of light, everything becomes local.
Sure.
everything becomes local because mass becomes infinity, or if you do the inverse of the equation, distance becomes zero. If that's the case, then technology is able to take a multidimensional being and put them in our space. That doesn't mean that we can go back through in this form. I don't think this body's made to do that, but that's just my opinion. I
don't spring out of bed anymore as it is.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything go the other way. We have a very limited lifespan of about maybe 110 years, maybe 90 years of good quality life. Our telomeres are designed to burn out, and that's it. Our DNA.
They're gone by the time we're 10 years old.
Yeah, and you can do things to keep the telomeres and expand them.
Put some more umbilical cords and put them in the freezer.
Well, I'm sure that that this generation, we're going to see people live to 125.
Sure,
130.
because of telomeres.
Yeah, exactly. Because we understand what they are, and I'm manipulating them, and lots of my friends are manipulating them.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, my friends.
I haven't aged since 2018, since I started doing them, and it's I don't wear glasses anymore. There's a lot of different changes. A whole nother
there's a lot of truth to that.
But that doesn't mean that that this third dimensional body can make that jump.
Right.
Okay.
That's why there is a theory that a lot of pilots that may or may not be within these craft are actually AI piloted rather than physical body. Even if they're physical beings from a different dimension or reality, they still have the fragility of a flesh and bone structure. So it's kind of like they're going to have to deal with AI too.
If you look at the ETs that Spielberg introduced us to, they would fall apart like a daisy smack with a 9-iron. We can take a full-on hit from a running back at 25 miles an hour and get up. We're just made different. My ancestors are built to hit stuff and swing hammers.
How do you feel, Brooks? Do you know anything about blood types? I know Tom and I have had these conversations about blood types.
No, I know where you're going with it, and the answer is no. I mean, I know about the electrical charge on the blood cell itself. It is a very unique cell in biology for mammals, and without that electrical charge, it can't give up CO2 and pick up oxygen. It can't make the exchange in the lungs and in the air. They can't make the exchange efficiently on the cellular level. Once you affect that electrical charge and replenish it back to where it was when you were 12 or 13 years old, the body totally functions different. Your blood oxygen exchange content goes up enormously. But as far as blood types, we're still studying it. As far as negative,
like Rihanna was alluding to, I'm a big supporter of the O negative blood groups because, again, we're like a species within a species. I mean, my entire family, our body temperature runs at 2 points below normal.
Yep, mine does too. I run it round.
So do
no tie to a monkey or evolution or anything. It's almost like we're a more pure form of blood, if you will. We can give it to anybody, but we would die if someone else gave us a different blood type. So it really does appear to me that, you know, some of us are a different breed within a breed, like a dog. You know, we're just a different type of human, and you know, and I don't see why. And Brooks, this is a question I'd like to see what you think about this, as far as scientifically. Why would your blood type change your body temperature by 2 points?
I don't know. I know that enzymes are very temperature dependent. Enzymes are kind of the energy exchange system of the human body. It's how we handle ATP and how we get nutrients into the system and out of the system. We use enzymes, and they're very temperature dependent. And like 1 or 2 degrees Fahrenheit can make.
As are proteins, right?
Yes, proteins are too. They will come apart.
Yeah.
But and if you get higher temperatures like 102, 103, 104, these are immune responses, and the human body can take that for, you know, up to 24 hours.
Yeah.
But it does that to kill off invaders.
Right. It kills everything.
Yeah. We have a question from the chat room. Didn't Mount Shasta have an opening that opens and closes?
I've climbed all over Mount Shasta for a long time. I'm going there again this summer. I've never seen an opening.
Okay, we debunked that then.
No garage door opener.
Yeah.
I may not qualify.
Okay, let's go around the panel and take last comments. Tom, any last comments?
Yeah, I think this was a fantastic show. I mean, I'm for one of the few times that I've actually been, inspired, if you will.
Stimulated.
And I want to thank Mike Barr for referring you, and I want to thank Fuel Up. We did get you Fuel Up as a sponsor, which I think that was fantastic. So it was the first time that we've had our sponsor on.
Thanks to Fuel Up, yeah.
Yeah. So some of the questions in chat were great. This was a little different show for us, and one that I think is going to be one for the record books as far as I'm concerned, because I really appreciate you coming on, Brooks. And
well, you haven't seen anything yet. You all that are listening tonight need to come to Spruce Pine.
There you go.
Come to Spruce Pine in June. Pack the place out. It is going to be phenomenal.
And they claim there's a lot of UFOs out there.
Our sponsor, Brooks. Right. So, yeah, it's going to be great, man. Just real quick. I mean, we've got 150 vendors going to Spruce Pine, and Rihanna's going to be basically our master of ceremonies. She's a director there, and I don't know if you're aware of this, Brooks, but there used to be an ongoing festival there, and then because of COVID, it obviously was put on hold, and somebody else is revamping it, and we've come in to kind of get that going. So we have a lot of say over who's going to be there and that kind of thing. So yeah, we definitely want you there. And we'll talk further after the show, if that's okay, if you can hang on for a few minutes.
I can. I have actually another interview to go to, but I'll hang. It's no problem.
Well, what's more important? Seriously.
They're going to go late. All right.
We got to tell you this. You're more than welcome to come back on the channel anytime.
Oh, yeah.
And
I love it.
deepen the discussion. We would like you to come back.
Yeah.
Rhiannon, any last comments?
Oh, no. All I can say is I want more.
She always does. She's a woman.
There's a lot more. There's a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we learned tonight, and we want to thank everybody in the chat room who participated and asked questions. We also want to thank everybody who watched online, and from all of us on the panel. We'll see you next week, and good night.
Yeah, we got John Burroughs next week.
Yeah, we got John Burroughs from Renaissance Park next week.
Yeah, the first case ever to have their insurance company pay for their UFO damages caused by UFO. So that's going to be really interesting too.
Yes, and Tom made a point of putting it on the title card, so check it out. Anyways, we love all of you guys. Thanks for coming. We'll see you next week. Hold on a minute here. Technical difficulties.
Thing and like Korean adults. So what was that paper? And they all said, oh, he wasn't supposed to rip that. And I was like, what do you mean? And so they all proceed to take out like their wallets, and they all take out a piece of paper with that same style of Chinese writing on it. I was like, what is this? Apparently it was some kind of binding rune. You know how runes work, like in like Celtic traditions?
Yes. Uh-huh.
It's kind of like that. It was like a binding spell.
Protection.
So when he ripped it,
Yeah.
It.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Well, he might have thought it was evil or something, I mean, who knows? I was thinking today, actually, I was just thinking I guess it was about 10 years ago, we were on, I was newly married, about to have a baby and stuff, and we were in the market to look for a new home. And I had a friend, actually one of my Bigfooting friends, she has a realty company in Atlanta, And so she was taking us around to go look at homes. And first of all, I could feel the energy. I knew when someone had died in a house. And I did not want to live in a house where somebody had died, but I could pick up, I think being pregnant, I was like super, super pregnant at the time. I was about to have a baby. And my psychic abilities had been heightened big time. And Donnie, I was able to pick up on like people being in the homes when there was nobody there. So I knew that there were spirits lingering around, like elderly people and stuff. And some of the houses we were looking at, they were empty. Okay, they're supposed to be empty. But there was one house that we went to, and I noticed something felt off at this home. And I was walking around looking at it. On the banister, someone had left a rosary and had wrapped it around the banister. And that was my sign. I didn't touch it. And I didn't want to be there anymore because I felt like there was something. That house was haunted. And I think someone had left that there. Personally, that I just had that feeling someone had left that there because that house was super haunted.
You got
There
to
was
trust
a
your
demon
gut
in
in
it or
that
something.
case. You have to, right?
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
other
Oh, yeah.
choice.
I was like,
Yeah.
this house is too cheap. There's something wrong with this thing. You know, there's something. Oh, wait. It's haunted. There's a demon in the basement or something.
I feel like anyone who's like a prospective like home buyer should always have a psychic medium do a walkthrough before you consider making that purchase. I feel like that should be like a
Yeah.
regular thing in the whole real estate market. Have like, that's the perfect idea for a show. The psychic medium real estate agent.
You know what? That would not be a bad side gig for me. I could eventually do that. I could remote view people's home,
A
potential
psychic
homes.
real estate agent. How come no one's ever thought of that for like a show?
Hey, you know what? Well, maybe we can get that going. Who knows? No, that's not a bad business to be in, you know. And a lot of times, there's actually a website you can go to, and you can type in the address of a home, and you can find out if someone had died in that property. That was one of the requirements when I was a kid and we were moving to another town when my parents divorced. My sister and brother and I, we told our mom we didn't want to live in a house where someone had died. So she specifically asked the realtors about deaths in the home.
A fucking psychic real estate agent. Yeah. I want to see the show now. These guys are funny, dude. Where is the Fortnite gameplay? You want some Fortnite gameplay? Hey, what's up, Teresa? How's it going?
But then they don't
Because of
consider that
land?
might be the land. Yeah.
It's absolutely the land. Yeah, I've lived in a very haunted house where I had blankets of flies on my ceiling at night in the hallway. I had dark masses floating through my house and knocking me down.
Blankets of flies, really?
Blankets of flies. A
Ooh.
blanket twice. I had a blanket of flies on my ceiling. And this is not something I talk about super often, but I've definitely
A lo
talked
mejor
about it
después de la primera entrevista, a lo mejor era un chileno, después vendría un peruano.
Downtown Atlanta.
Pero podía
And,
ser una
and I
entrevista
had
a un peruano.
I lived in the bar district, kind of where all the clubs were, like the Claremont Lounge, and MJQ,
Te la puedes hacer
all
como
these
que fuera
places
una
where
entrevista a un
everybody would
chileno.
go,
Si
kind
bien
of
estás
seedy,
chileno,
you know what I'm saying? Not MJQ,
hazte
but
una
the
entrevista a un
Claremont Lounge.
chileno.
Okay, and all these other bars and stuff. And so when people would like come knocking on my door in
Eso
the
lo
middle of the
encontré
night
fuera
and ringing
de-
my doorbell, I lived in a basement apartment of an
de
old
foco.
house.
Incluso
It would usually be a good friend of mine who just wanted to crash
quería
on my couch,
postearte.
you know. And
Quería
there was a
postearle
night
en
where
el-
I had literally had a black-eyed man
En
show
los
up
comentarios, pero
at my door
a lo
one
mejor
night,
se hubiese disgustado.
all I can explain him was looking like he was like a soulless being who had pure black eye. His eyes were completely black, and he did not look like he belonged there at all. I had that happen. I had
What did you do?
I crept back down my hallway and locked my door. He had to go down like a hallway to get to my apartment.
Como
And there was an
nadie,
outside door with a window on it up high, and he rang my doorbell, and I walked down the hallway and I peeked out, and it was that man. And so I just crept back in my apartment and shut the door, and I called a friend. I was like, "Hey, listen out for me." there's some like alien dude at my door.
I
I
would
don't
have
know what this
armed up
is.
at that point.
I did. Oh, I was always was. Yeah, absolutely.
Muy buenas noches,
But,
Jennifer.
but yeah, just
I'm
weird
like, yo,
stuff
it's
happens.
CQC time.
Era
baby.
como que nada que
I got, like,
ver.
a knife and a gun and get into a stance and
Yo sé que a lo mejor yo
Yeah,
seguía la señal.
it was really scary.
Entendí.
that must have been super scary though.
It
Tres
was.
Just like
mil,
not
4,000
just the fact that you're also vulnerable for them.
miembros del canal aportaba mucho.
And then there's the security aspect, and then there's the psychic aspect.
Pero después se fue degenerando, le dije algunas cosas también. No.
It was okay. It was very scary. And there was one night that I came home with my friend Whitney. My friend Whitney.
No lo seguí porque.
And another person. We had another friend with us too. And when
Bueno,
I heard a
¿saben
buzzing
por qué
sound
me
when I got to
bloquearon
the
el
door,
canal
the
también
outside
en
door,
YouTube?
one night
Porque
we'd
me
been
puse a
out
hablar muchas
in
cosas
JQ
que,
or somewhere. I don't know, one of those places around there. And we walked back to my apartment.
que
And,
sí corresponden, pero no
we got there.
corresponden
We heard
a
I
las
heard a strange buzzing noise. And I looked into the
políticas
window
de
and I could
YouTube.
see there was something on my ceiling, but I could not tell what it was. I was like, there's something weird in there.
Por eso me
And I
bloquearon.
opened up the door and there was literally a blanket of
Porque
flies.
estaba en contra de
And I'm talking
todos
about, like,
esos
the black flies,
farsantes.
like the ones that you
Like,
want
were you
get a
able
fly
to see
swatter
them
with.
clearly? Like it
Yes.
was like a clear black mass.
Que viven y
when
se
I say-
apropian
when I- it
del
was a
tema
bajillion. It was
ufológico
literally a blanket of
y
flies
que lo sacan
that
en
it was like,
provecho.
it was probably an inch thick. You could like if I could have like pulled it down off the ceiling. I mean, it was like and they were buzzing and
No
we
puedo dar
literally
nombres.
we sat there for a minute
No
trying to figure
puedo
out what
dar
to
nombres
do.
porque si
I was
menciono
like,
un
well,
nombre, el
do we
robot
go in that?
de
Do we go in?
YouTube
Like I don't know why
lo
these
busca
flies would be in there.
y me lo reflejan.
Against our better
y me
judgment,
lo
there's no telling.
pega.
Probably had a couple of beers. Yeah, there were 2 people with me. Yeah.
Pero sí puedo dar
so
un nombre
we
de algunas
decided
personas
just to duck and run, and we kind of ducked and we ran. Even though they were up high, we ran to the door and I unlocked it. And we ran in and we slammed the door. Well, they ended up staying at my apartment that night. I was like, y'all aren't leaving. Y'all are staying right here.
Que Cagalindo me está saludando nuevamente desde
gonna
Francia. Dice que
And
ya
we
se
sat
Black bit
buzzing
of
all night.
flies like that would be pretty jarring to see.
Yeah.
dice que
it
está
was-
muy
it was
The
bien
last thing anyone would expect to see in their home.
It was before we
Está
had cell phones with cameras on them.
mirando el
okay?
directo.
So this was a long time ago, and so I didn't get a video, I didn't get a picture. Normally today I would, but we got down to that door and we slammed it. We ended up all going to sleep that night, and the next morning they were gone. There was not a trace of the flies. They were
Luis Rivero nos
completely
saluda
gone. There was
desde
a couple of dead
Uruguay.
flies on the floor that had not been there before, and that was it. They were
Instagram
completely gone.
arroba
And then there was 2
Oriente.
times that happened, actually.
Saludos para
And someone was with me the
Zacarias Oro.
second time that happened as well. And I also saw a vase levitate off my table at that apartment and sit in the air right in front of my face one night
Tiempo libre.
until it dropped to the ground. And it didn't break. This was a
Korea!
glass.
Korea!
So yeah, a lot of strange things happened at that place, but it was the land. The land there had been a battlefield during the Civil War, and a lot of bloodshed there. It was also part of Atlanta. that
Korea!
Things like that. So it had a lot of energy. Yeah, it did. So, and I also would have dreams of this old man in my apartment all the time. Like he would come and communicate with me through my dreams. So I knew it was him. It was haunted. Yeah. But yeah, it's just you know, I don't even know if it's because I'm psychic. There are other people experiencing these things too.
Korea!
But yeah,
Some places are just crazy haunted.
they are.
Yeah.
They're super haunted. They are. Well, you know what? I was thinking, let's talk about some cryptids out of Korea. Do you guys have any really cool cryptids?
So there is one.
Es una
called,
falta de
Borneo.
respeto.
It's-
Yo
it's the
encuentro
same thing in
una
Japanese,
falta
they call it
de respeto.
kitsune, the nine-tailed fox in Japan.
Korea!
No, para mí es una falta de respeto.
In Korea, they're nothing but bad intention, evil, just.
Por último,
They just want to feed on people's livers or
el video
Oh, kind of like
Pones el testimonio de un chileno y después pones el
Spearfinger.
peruano, pero
Spearfinger, the witch. She likes to. That's a Cherokee legend. She likes to eat the livers of
llegar
children.
a Chile y entrevistarte y
Yeah.
cruzarte con un
So that's the thing.
peruano.
Livers must taste good to these bad
Está
spirits
bien,
and
sí,
stuff.
está, yo acepto, yo acepto. Yo
There
acepto
is. I
que
wonder
hay
what that
muchos
is.
peruanos acá en Chile, muchos extranjeros y todo.
But they also have a form where they're a humanoid but with a fox head, like a dog man, right? Like a
Yo lo acepto, pero
bipedal fox.
lo encontré como que
They also describe them
nada que ver. Es como que si yo fuera a Argentina
Just like Dogman.
y entrevistar a un inglés, a un weón de Inglaterra, y me hablara con los casos ufológicos de Inglaterra.
They start off as regular foxes. And this one regular fox gets
Nada que ver.
winds up living for like 1,000 years, and then eventually becomes like slowly evolves to become.
Le voy a escribir el comentario y te apuesto que me lo va a borrar.
Also be able to take the form of like beautiful women and seduce men.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I actually, by the way, Penny, yes, I hope that's what it was. I hope that they were clusterfuck and invaded their house. I absolutely hope that, and that would be great. And yes, I lived right off Ponce, the body electric supplement. Absolutely. I lived off Ponce de Leon, right across from the Claremont Lounge. So yes, I totally did. Okay, so Donnie, I do have a picture that we can show the audience tonight. This is just a cartoonish kind of edition of, you know.
Nowadays, Kumio is like very romanticized and sometimes even sexualized because there's the whole feminine aspect to it where it would seduce men and lure them somewhere and kill them.
And take their livers. Okay, so it's a shapeshifter then.
Yeah, like Skinwalker.
Okay, it's a skinwalker. Yeah, skinwalker shapeshifter. Interesting.
But it starts off as a fox. You know, skinwalkers start off as a human. That's the main difference. There are a couple of other interesting.
This is actually an interesting comment, Donnie. So Sweetly Morbid Bear, hey, she says she believes the liver would store the most iron in it compared to other organs. We were just talking about iron. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, interesting. Interesting comment. There could be. There could be.
Maybe we're onto something with this iron thing.
Probably. Maybe so. I don't know. Yeah. Well, it sounds like this. It's called Kumio, right? Is that how you pronounce it? It sounds like the Kumio is quite a. It sounds kind of like a seductress, right? A seductress siren kind of thing that will come in and trick you. Just like I believe Spearfinger does the same. What she does is actually she will go and let's just say she kills somebody, okay, or it's usually a child or one of the child's parents, and eats their liver, and then she shapeshifts into that person's family. So if it's a kid, she turns into their, or she turns into that child to trick the parents, and then she kills the parents. So she's constantly shapeshifting to trick people to get in close to them so she can go in for the kill. I've actually had, perhaps I feel like I might have had an encounter with Spearfinger. I don't know, out in the field. Her energy is deep in those woods out where we go bigfooting. Yeah, when we're out there bigfooting. But yeah, but it sounds kind of like she was seen as you said like a dog man, which is interesting.
Yeah, well, a fox, bipedal fox is what I read. That it was
like a big one.
And yeah, really obsessed with livers, apparently.
Interesting.
There's
So do
some
you
real
guys-
interesting ghosts, too.
Ghosts? Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, the weird thing about Christianity is they're way more specific about what different types of ghosts are and, like, how you die and the circumstances in which you die affects, like, what kind of ghost you become or who becomes a ghost, right? Now, case in point, you know, not everyone who dies violently becomes a ghosts.
Bueno, a
Some
veces no
do,
tengo
not all,
pelos en la lengua
right? And not all people
para decir lo que
who
yo
die
pienso.
in their sleep
That's the order right there.
don't not become ghosts. Some people do. It seems kind of random, right? There's some ghosts who are ghosts
27,
because they died by a
45,
There's those who are ghosts who just died of a disease or natural causes. There doesn't seem to be any pattern there, right? It just seems kind of random. Some people who die like in these murders who got moved on, right? So one of the things
Bueno, son mis aprehensiones solamente.
One of the things that Korean shamanism explains is it's not so much the way they died or who died, or it's the fact that they died in the way that
No lo que quiera decir se refleje en ustedes. ¿Ya?
everyone has their fated way to die. But if you're destined to die in that murder, those are the people who move on. But if you're destined for something else and then you wind up dying in a murder, those are the people who wind up.
Es solamente lo que puedo pensar yo. A lo mejor no estoy de acuerdo en ciertas cosas.
Okay, so what,
Yeah,
how do you know though? Do you have to go into your Akashic records? I guess you don't know, right?
That's one of the
¿Qué
things that they explain.
Galindo
That kind of
me
makes
dicen
sense,
si
actually.
puedo
That kind of
saludar
makes,
a
it makes sense in the
Yeah,
way
that's
that
gonna be way too much food.
I see now why it seems so random sometimes, like who is ghost and who moves on.
a su hijo?
Right? Depends on. It doesn't matter about how violent it is or how sad it is.
Too much money.
Yeah. Well, that's interesting to think about. You want to think that everybody goes to heaven if you believe in that, you know. And by the way, happy Easter, everybody! Happy Easter. This is Easter Eve. Easter. I hope the Easter Bunny comes and sees everybody tonight, by the way, and brings lots of candy. I know my son's looking forward to that in the morning, but yeah, you'd like to think that when we die, you know, I grew up in a Christian family, and we believe that when you die, you go to heaven, right? Now, I happen to believe in reincarnation.
No me
and
acuerdo el nombre
I
del
do
hijo
believe
de
that I've been there
Keka
many lifetimes personally
Galindo,
myself.
pero me lo dijo hace poco por WhatsApp. No lo recuerdo.
Or is it just people that are like don't know they're dead, you know, that kind of a thing? I mean, I don't know, Donnie.
Yeah, I believe in both. I believe in heaven and hell and in reincarnation. Why does it have to be one or the other? I believe in both.
Exactly, right? Me too. I believe there's a heaven. I think we go to heaven. And
Hace poco me lo dijo.
You know what?
No recuerdo muy bien el nombre.
Think about this. I'm like, yes, I believe all of it. Whatever. I don't know. The more I learn, the less I know. You know, and I've been lucky enough to be able to learn a whole lot of stuff, and then jumble it all together and come to my own conclusions, which is amazing. So,
you want? Can I tell you what my favorite, I guess, description of heaven I ever heard was from Edgar Casey.
Chicos, recuerden dejar su like, suscribir.
Yes.
So one of the questions
Me ayuda y
someone asked him one
compartir.
time was, so could you describe what heaven is like to us? And his answer was
Es
kind
una
of
noche
interesting. He
de
said,
un poco de diversión también.
it's a lot more
para todos.
complicated, and I think
Juan
the way he
Antonio
put it was,
Macías
imagine Times Square,
Berumen
Times
nos
Square.
saluda
It's very
desde
complicated. There's a lot of people.
Fresnillo,
There's stuff going on.
Zacatecas, México.
There's problems. There's solutions. It's hectic. It's complicated. You think your life is complicated here? Wait till you see what's on the other side. It's really just complicated.
I don't want to think of it like that though. That sounds terrible.
But imagine if heaven turns out to be like this giant super city of like a bajillion souls and like different aliens and humans and there's all these issues and drama and problems.
Ya no anda nada por ahí, parece.
I was like, you know what if it really is?
Ni un flash, nada por ahí.
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say that hell is not here on earth already. I don't know. I think I've probably known many lifetimes over. I've figured it out, and then I get amnesia again, and I come back here one more time.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, you guys don't have any stories of Bigfoot out of Korea, do you? Because I know China has the urine. What
Yeah,
does
China
Korea have?
does. We don't really, because Korea's not really big enough. It's not really set up that way. There's no real like major forests. There would be no place for Bigfoot to be. So yeah, there's not really Bigfoot stories. It's mostly like ghost and demon stories. Some UFO stories, sea stuff like sea monsters and stuff like that. But if you want those Asian Bigfoot stories, I would say China and Southeast Asia's got some. Southeast Asia's got some interesting ones.
Okay, well, I all I know about is the hearing, and I do believe I think I pulled up a picture. Perhaps I do have one. Something similar. It looks like the hearing. It almost looks like just a hairy human to me personally. But they actually have big statues of the hearing all over China stuff. So it's very well known over there. But yeah, and also in Vietnam they have the rock apes. I had my friend Bob O'Kelly.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. My friend Bob O'Kelly from my hometown. He's good friends with my family. I brought him on my daytime show. And when he was a young man, he was like 21, I think, he was drafted to go to Vietnam to go fight in the war. And on his third night of being there, third day of being there, he was in the jungles fighting. Literally just terrified. Okay. And just for his company had just killed a tiger right before he got there. There were a lot of, not only was he fighting the enemy or whatever, he was also having to deal with the tigers. And then he ended up being actually ran out, stopped in the middle of the night, it's gotten to be more than I can make a list of. I mean, yeah, that's what I think too. Did I change dimensions again? My friend Tanya Braddock and I were talking about that yesterday. Sometimes you'll notice, or I've noticed, I check my emails more regularly now. I check my phone more regularly now than I used to. People started complaining I wasn't returning my messages and things, and so I'm trying to be better at that. And I noticed that I checked today, and there were a lot of messages that came in 3 days ago that I didn't see 3 days ago. And I've been checking my emails every day, and all I can say is I think I just switched dimensions. Seriously to goodness, Donnie, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy like that, but I was thinking, well, either I just really missed these somehow, or I've gone into another timeline. So I don't know. That's not my excuse now. Look, if I don't get back to y'all with all my messages, it's not because maybe I did.
Every now and then, the universe throws us one of those little witch switches.
That's right.
We really are just video game.
Yes. What's really cool though is that we're noticing it now, and we're picking up on it now. Did this always happen? If we always changed dimensions, if we always jumped timelines, is this something that's always happened? And now we're just all kind of it's coming into the collective consciousness. Donnie, what do you think?
So before I got into the paranormal, I was looking for a big picture. And I think one of the initial reasons why I got so interested in paranormal was that it made me realize that
We're NPCs, like you said. Yeah,
just characters in a video game. Okay, so ghosts, for example, there's a glitch, right? Aliens, they're like these people like outside the server who are like hacking into our data. That's what aliens are, right? If you look at Jesus, what is Jesus? He's like the guy with the high score. You ever walk by the arcade machine and they show like a million points? Oh man, you got the best score ever. That's Jesus, right? The Bible, graphics guy, I don't have to say this. You get that high score, right? Maybe that second high score would be like the Buddha or something, right? And that's why I got so into the paranormal. The more and more realized that it's like psychic people, spiritually advanced people, what they represent, there's people who totally realize that participated. Like I figured out even with like demons, right? Demons are basically former employees who are disgruntled who are trying to like mess up the game, right?
Yeah, they had a
Angels are
bad
like the
past
system moderators. They're like the blue wrenches. They're trying to keep everything in order.
Yeah, putting people in timeout. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. That's wisdom right there, honestly, Donnie, in my opinion, is knowing that, first of all, we're just all players in a game. And we're all here to learn lessons and to be the main character in our own play. And all the NPCs around us, we're not all here to be angels and stuff. Some of us are here to be the wrench in the engine, so to speak, for other people's lives. And listen, I have some great villains in my life. The people who have been horrible to me have done a great job. They deserve a round of applause. Okay, like for real. When this life is over, I'm going to give them a big old high five on the other side because they've done great. And I've had the opposite. I've had the wonderful people in my life as well. So we have one question here in the audience, in the chat tonight. Is there a missing 411 in Korea? Are there clusters of missing people in, let's just say South Korea? Okay, do you know?
Yeah, there are. However, usually it's because of North Korean.
I know. I wasn't going to go there after I.
North Korea!
That's why I said
You're
South Korea.
pretty sure who's taking them.
Right.
There's no.
Okay. Okay. So it's a little different. Absolutely.
It's a little different over there.
Yes. Yeah, we don't want to live in Grand Theft Auto over here, though. Oh my gosh, that GTA, boy, that's not the. It is kind of like we do live in GTA sometimes. Some of us do. And
in fact, real
we
life
create our
might
own
actually
reality.
be more disturbing than GTA if you think about it.
It is. Sometimes it is.
Yeah, if you vote for President Biden.
I can say we do create our own realities. And that's why it's so important for us to all get our vibrational frequencies on the right frequency, like get high vibe tribe, okay? And so that we're able to notice these things. We can see the Mandela effects. be the main player in your own play. You're the main character in your own play, and take that role seriously, okay? And just have fun. We can change our reality at any time. It's like and sometimes I wonder who's pushing the button to change the program in my life, or just as a whole. But it is like The Matrix. The Matrix is a documentary, right? So, in my opinion. Yeah, that's why I have my show on every Wednesday at 1 p.m. It's called A Glitch in the Matrix. And I bring on interesting guests. We talk about being the glitch in the Matrix because that's what we all are. And everybody watching the show tonight, you guys are the glitch in the Matrix as well. So, yeah, let's just having the ability to notice when things are off is key, I think. So. Yeah. Well, Donnie, any other cryptids out of Korea and out of Asia you can think of? I mean, because a lot of what I see, like movie wise, it's really creepy, like girls with their hair in their face, like crawling on the ceiling and stuff, which is very psychologically scary. So they have, I've seen some psychological thrillers.
Yeah, it's mostly ghost stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, I can tell you who they consider to be the scariest ghost or the craziest one. The code red. Like, if you see this manifestation, that's a code red. Okay.
Okay.
They call it the egg ghost.
The egg ghost. Okay.
Yeah. The reason why it's called the egg ghost is it's a full body apparition, right? But the face is like clear and shiny, like the surface of an egg. Just the face. But you can see their clothes and you can see their body, right? Sometimes even the hair. But the surface of the face, it just looks like you're just staring at an egg. And it's the egg ghost. And according to shamanic lore, if you see that particular manifestation, that is basically someone's about to die.
Okay. When you see Humpty Dumpty, you're about to die.
When you see Humpty Dumpty.
That's the one they all fear.
That's yeah, that sounds really creepy. It's like an old wives' tale or something. Like when you see the egg face.
Yeah, and the reason why
it's not funny. I'm sorry.
Is because there's a concept in their lore where the reason why the egg ghost exists, it's a ghost that is about to die its second death. Because they explained that a ghost can actually die. It's not easy for it to do, but it can happen.
Humpty Dumpty.
Actually, make a ghost die its second death is if there are no remaining living blood relatives living.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
If all of that is gone, the ghost dies its second death. And before it dies its second death, it manifests as the egg ghost, and its only sole purpose is to take another life before it's snuffed out.
That's kind of sad. That's very sad. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, this has been awesome, Donnie. I think we've covered some really interesting paranormal stories, and thank you so much for joining me tonight. Now, where can people find you when you do your shows during the week?
So I'm on every Wednesday. I guess 9 Eastern on Bigfoot Michigan Rob's channel or Texas Front Porch channel. We're on a show called Jason McLean Chases. Questions everything, not chases everything. Jason McLean questions everything. We show together. We talk about a lot of really interesting stuff.
Ching chong.
We have a laugh. We have a good time. You've been there, Jessica.
I've done it. I've been there.
Yeah.
Yes. I was a part of. Yes.
It's a good old
I'm trying
time.
to type.
Yeah. Sometimes we'll just sit there and just talk about movies. Sometimes we'll just sit there and talk about food.
Absolutely. Well, everybody, please go subscribe to Texas Front Porch and watch Jason McLean Questions Everything. I've been on there several times myself. I used to have a show at Texas Front Porch, and they're a lot of fun. And you guys have a great show. Jason is awesome. You're awesome, Donnie. And I really do appreciate you being here tonight. I hope you'll come back and hang out with me some more on Spaced Out Radio in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm more than happy to come back. Please.
Awesome. Okay, well, we're going to have you back. And thank you for sharing all your wisdom with us tonight. I really appreciate it. Okay. We'll see you next time, Donnie. Have a great Easter if you celebrate it.
Happy Easter,
okay.
everyone. Bye.
Okay. Bye, Donnie. All right, Donnie's awesome, y'all. Don't forget that right after this show, After Hours has a great program. They are about to go live in about 1 minute. Okay, tomorrow night, I have Barry Littleton coming on the show. We're going to be talking about shape-shifting Sasquatches and the walking tree phenomenon. Now, this is going to be mind-blowing, crazy information. He and I have been talking about this for a little while now, and we have some really good stuff to present to you guys tomorrow night. So please come join us, 10 p.m., and we're going to have a great time there. But for now, I'm the Cryptid Huntress. I'm Jessica Jones. I'm headed off the trails. I will see y'all next time.
The walking tree, dude, that'd be a funny camouflage. Imagine somebody camouflage as a tree. What's going on? There we go.
My illustrious co-host Danielle Diva, and thank you for joining us tonight. It's going to be an awesome night. We got a great show for you tonight. I strongly encourage you to check out Dave Scott and Jessica Jones, the Cryptid Huntress, Monday through Friday on Space.Radio right here on YouTube. And if you just can't get enough of SOR, you all know the deal with this one. You can check out our archives. They are free at youtube.com/space.radio. If you would like to support the show, go ahead and show some love by smashing that like button and abduct and subscribe. And we would love that very much because we want to be inside of your ears all week long, even after the show is no longer on live. You can also follow us on Twitter at Space.Radio, Instagram at Space.Radio Show, and you can join our Facebook page at Spaced Out Radio on Facebook. Our website is spaced.radio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot in a great way. To show support for what we do here today at Spaced Out Radio is by shopping at our online store at spacedoutradio.com. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? I forgot this the first couple weeks that I've been doing this. I forgot to give a shout out to the gold, to the silver, and to the bronze. Today we have Penny Van for the gold, Chris 716 for the silver, and Race Fan WFO KB6DHR for the bronze. I won't forget again. Don't you let me forget again, everybody. And by the way, how does my mic sound? Let me know in the chat. If you hear my mic sounding off, please let me know. Danielle, let everybody know how you're doing this week.
I'm doing great. I'm actually doing fantastic. You know, we are preparing for the Easter celebration. There's a lot of fun, you know, inside of my home, a lot of spirituality. And like, you know me, I'm always digging and, you know, looking around. So I'm quite excited and happy to be here.
Yes, you are excited. We're always excited for this. We have a busy week. We do a lot of things, each of us separately. But every time we come to the show, we're ready to go. We're ready to get this going. We're ready to get on the Woo train and just choo-choo along. Sounds good here, Marquise. Thank you, Paranormal Pixie. I appreciate that. Because sometimes, you know, my mic doesn't always kick in right away. As a matter of fact, sometimes I unplug my mic throughout the day, and I forget to plug it back in before the show. But today, I remembered. So I should have pretty good audio. There's a lot going on today. Today, we're going to talk about USOs, underwater, unidentified submerged objects. That would be UFOs underwater. So I don't know if you've heard, but there is a lot to say about USOs. Danielle, why don't you take the lead on this one tonight?
Thank you, my dear friend. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm so happy to be here joining you. Every weekend, I get really excited because I know me and Marquise and our SOR team is preparing this program to make another blast in the universe. So I'm so excited. You know, let's take this topic, underwater aliens and cosmic conspiracy. Are you ready, Marquise?
I'm ready to rock and roll. Let's do this.
Wonderful. You know, there has been numerous reports of UFO sightings, encounters all around the world, but especially around the water. You know, recently studies and research show the evidence and prove that aliens can exist beneath the water of ocean and lakes. So what do you think about that?
Oh, I'm not surprised. Not at all. I think this is going to be great. I've heard about them for quite some time, so.
With today's technology, many unique structures up to possibility of spacecraft are also found, you know, and if you guys Google it, you'll find many evidence and facts out there. Because of so much evidence and numerous aliens encounters, researchers did find that possibility of alien bases under the water have been there for many, many years, that basically they were part of this planet for quite a long time. What do you think about that, Marquise?
Well, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. First of all, we know that they've been around for quite some time, but when it comes to our oceans, we tend to ignore them up until recently. So now we got to focus on that. It's a big focus.
Exactly. You know, and when people started digging more and more, and especially today's technology, you know, everybody has a cell phone. You know, people are maybe having
And yo, I'm sorry to say, but we are losing you on the front here.
And as they're taking these the extras and they post marine station
27:30.
Danielle? Everybody, is it me or
maybe
is it?
So basically, you know, they see them every single night, especially in the 60s. Some Marines even they reported, and lately some of the Marines from Guantanamo Bay that did work in that kind of base in 60s are gathering, and they're actually talking. I apologize about seeing, you know, extraterrestrials flying around the base almost every single night. They even said that they're around the spacecraft around 100 feet wide. Imagine.
Wow, that's huge.
This is 100 feet wide.
Yeah,
and this is not coming from, like I always say, Hocus Pocus or Disneyland cartoons. This is coming from military base and military, you know, people and officials that work inside of basically that base in Guantanamo Bay. So now they're coming more and more out with that. And I found out that they're actually trying to gather more and more information what's happening. But they were saying 100 feet wide, lights are flashing, and, you know, they were capable of actually seeing them and hearing the buzzing inside of their ears. So when I find out that's actually coming out from our military that used to, you know, live and work there, I was quite shocked. But they're saying that they didn't stop, that still continues, and, you know, in 2000 and in 90s. Then in 2016, researchers at Marcel, I apologize if I cannot pronounce this, Guaycusta, it's actually in New Mexico, they did see light coming from the oceans, and they did discover large pyramids under. So the Mexico in 2016 did discover these large pyramids under the ocean, and they were saying that are probably the structures that are built by extraterrestrials. And that's quite, you know, in Puerto Rico, fishermen, I'm sure all of you guys did watch that on TV when fishermen did actually reported the UFO sightings, you know, and they did see them actually coming from the oceans and then actually disappearing under. That was all around the world. New Zealand aircraft controller radar did encounter and did see UFO. What do you think about that, Marquise?
You know, what blows my mind about this, it reminds me of this is a recent event, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, this is the one where Mick West and Stephen Greenstreet were saying that it was they were just drones, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they actually use anti-drone technology to try to which essentially disassembles a drone in midair, and it didn't work. They used all their tactics to try to disarm this alleged drone. None of it worked.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes. And I love that you also mentioned that, because, and you're also talking about, radar. These are basically people that are specializing in aircraft, they're supporting all the planes in the air. They're protecting us and civilians while they're flying around and coming into New Zealand and outside of the New Zealand. So this is not somebody who's sitting in front of the screen just like me and saying, oh, it could be something like this, it could be something like that. They do have education and background when it's coming to flying objects, because this is their job. And, being a radar controller, I don't know, Marquise, if you knew that, is the most stressful job in the world. They have the highest suicide rate out of all of the jobs because of the stress. They have, this is the fact. Now, that's from the medical field that I'm connecting to this field. That's how stressful this job it is, because you're responsible for so many lives out there. And, they take this job very seriously.
I don't want to hear all this shit, boy.
Forgive me, and they study. So as they were actually seeing this on their radar, they said that they did see it coming from the water and flying around and then disappearing inside of the water. So again, that's why they believed some come from the underwater bases. That's what's coming from the New Zealand aircraft controller radar. So it's actually a fact that you guys can all find there. And secret alien base on the coast of Malibu, California, all shape, I think, is very, very familiar story to everybody. Then we have Baya, gigantic underwater bases. So as we go through all of these facts, we figured out that underwater aliens are actually part of this world, and they have been for a while. Because some of those structures, they were not built overnight. They've been made for a while. What do you think about that? Yes, and deep sea, like in deep oceans, could be even if you see some of the creatures that are living inside of wide amazing. I don't know if you guys ever went into a lot of research I did myself, and you go and study what they found inside of deep water. Some they look even like the modern day astronauts, even the people that are going under the water with diving. The suits are really tight, they have everything on top of the head, like the helmet, so it's very similar. But the other thing, the creatures that are very cool, like reptilians, no clumsy skin. So black dragonfish really looks like cinnamon, like from the alien movies. You guys check the black dragonfish from the deep ocean, really look like it's coming from the alien movies. Then you have viperfish because of the self-producing light. Then some psychedelic jellies, peacock squid. These are all some of the very beautiful and unusual creatures at the bottom of our ocean that we're just discovering, and we even didn't know that were there. And they look really like they're coming from other worlds. What do you think about that? Your microphone is on silent. There we go. We can hear you now. Please go ahead, microphone. Yes.
Let's never talk about that again. Jaro says, did you ever hear about the Russian that dive?
Yes, I'm gonna touch that subject too.
I'll wait. All right.
And thank you for that comment. I'm coming to that. That's why I'm talking about the deep sea and the creatures. So they're quite unique and quite different. What do you think about that, Marquise, when you mentioned these very different creatures that are, we are just discovering that they're living at the bottom of the ocean? true. There were divers searching, and they actually did encounter extraterrestrials that were under the water, and they actually did see them that were kind of dressed up in gray. I read it even in Russian because I can understand that language, so I was capable of reading the comments and reading exactly what their television was stating about it. And they were saying they were dressed up in super gray, very suits that they had like astronaut they were shivering in the water. Many of them got really, they got really scared and shocked. And later on, they actually confirmed that those were extraterrestrials who they believe that they encountered inside of their waters. What do you think about that?
Again, I'm not surprised. I think this is just it's like a part of the course, right? That's just how it is.
Yes, and what was also, and if you guys go into Lake Baikal, so it's Baykal, again, it's in Russia, and what was happening, again, they were studying there because they figured out that many of the people, local people, were saying that, in the lake, there's extraterrestrials and they were coming from the lake. But now this is sad that many divers, when they came up, four died, and they said I did see actually 3 meters tall humanoid creatures that they were wearing helmets. They were really silvery and shiny, and when they encountered them, the pressure under there is really deep, and they took them out. Many of them died. They were trying to do the chest compression, everything, but because of the shock, 4 of the Russian divers that were actually military special divers died, and they were really young. They said what they encountered was really shocking. It's pretty sad. So, when you think about that, that's quite shocking. But then on the same lake, when you go deeper, and going and search, the ground around in Petroglyphs, they found the same creatures that were basically drawn by their ancestors that lived there.
Right.
So the same creatures that were found in the lake, they were also found on petroglyphs that were drawn in the caves around the lake. And 4 innocent divers died because of, shocking things that they did see inside of that lake. So, chasing the truth, Sean, thank you, dear brother. Yes, there's many, creatures that were found inside of the, Manitoba, lake in Manitoba, and they say that it's a great alien activity, that they're really vicious, that actually they have underwater bases there, that they came out, that they abduct the people, and that they do sleep paralysis. But this is some of their top bases in Canada. That's what they're saying. So it's totally true. Thank you, Sean, for joining us. Big hello from me and from SOR. And the truth, what is, when we think about that, people dying because of encountering these creatures. That's how shocked they were. What do you think about that?
That's surprising. I mean, the funny thing is, the U.S. government claims that there have not been any losses of aggression or loss of life or any kind of health effects as a consequence of interacting with these craft or the people that are flying the craft beings. Clearly that's not true.
Exactly, because this is public. You guys can find it. It's actually written all over, all over the Google, all over the news. You can find it on really reliable, very good, what should I say, good websites that are not full websites. Exactly. Thank you, Marquise. So, that are on the public news and etc. So, having 4 divers die that are military divers that they're searching to see really, and they said that they encountered these creatures that are over 3 meters long. And then what's shocking also, Marquise, that all died from the heart attack. Some people are saying, was it their energy that was actually disrupting the breathing and respiratory system of these divers? And even if when they were taking out that the chest compression and the defibrillator couldn't help them, or did they die because of the shock? It's still in the air. I wasn't there, and I cannot tell you. It's true that many people, when they encounter something that is dangerous, you can go in a state of a actually get a heart attack, and basically that's when everything stops. So it's dangerous, and it's very, very sad and very painful way to go. But also, is it possible that they were interfering with their electromagnetic fields while they were passing beside these human divers and affecting their health, and that's why they died? That's possible too. And then being over 3 meters long, that's quite amazing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that again, this is another one of those things that kind of feels redundant to say. Someone in the chat says the chat is blowing up a lot of things. I appreciate it. I just want to tell everybody I appreciate your input.
Thank you, guys.
We're all adding so much to this. I'm thinking about what everybody's saying at the same time because it's all relevant to this entire thing. The thing is, yes, chat is correct. There are many examples of similar things to this and everything else presenting to us tonight.
that's why they're saying that there's a huge possibility that these underwater bases, these extraterrestrials or the aliens are also doing the testing on some of our, mammals that live under the water, like dolphins, sharks, orcas, etc. And that's why we're seeing more and more, fish washed up by the shore, certain organs taken out. But if we think about that, all these things that are happening cannot be, just coincidence. What do you think?
No, of course not. There has to be some kind of something happening. I mean, if you have all of these entities, evidence, data points adding up to something, there's something there. And again, the fact that we're the only people that are reporting on this, I know there's some people in the field that are also reporting. This needs to go mainstream. This needs to go mainstream. We gotta put our voices be heard. You guys have to help us out. Because what we're doing here isn't just talking about these things. We're trying to bring light to what we think is the most important thing in human civilization. And that is the fact that we are not alone.
Exactly. Love it. Thank you, Marquise. And that's how this goes. If we go deeper into this, each and every day, even at this second, we are getting more and more evidence about underwater bases aliens. About aliens connected to our ancient ancestors, about human encounters, abductions that we did talk about in just the last show. So if we put a puzzle together, it almost looks like we do have cosmic conspiracy. What do you think about that?
Now, cosmic conspiracy is quite interesting to me. I like this. I like this. Let's let it go.
And Shark Harbor, Canada, I totally agree with you. There was many Nova Scotia reports about UFO when
Hold on one second. Danielle,
Yes.
one moment.
Yes, my son.
We have ourselves a special guest.
Yay!
How you guys doing?
It must be the underwater alien space brought you here with us. Our crazy show.
Oh, I just been super busy lately, but then every now and then I jump in the chat and say hello. You guys happen to be talking about orcas, and what's really interesting. Unfortunately, Brett, everybody that doesn't know, just let it go. So and it's literally one of those deals where I'm literally going out of my way. I'm just so busy. It is. Subject that I absolutely 100% love, and I've just got home. Like I'm literally in.
That's
I haven't
okay.
even got.
We love that you join it, that you can join us this evening. So Grant, you've been listening. Do you mind
Oh, yeah.
sharing a little bit, and giving us your thoughts about underwater aliens?
So here's a really cool fact about orcas. So orcas are extremely smart animals.
Yes.
Their brains are very large compared to ours, as well as dolphins and some other animals that are in the ocean. And so orcas are very, very smart. And I had a story. I when I was going down, there was a place in Redding, California called Shasta College. So anybody that knows that place, you know what I'm talking about. And there was a seminar there about a marine biologist that happened to show up. And when he came on to the stage, there's probably about 150 of us, to be honest, maybe a little more. And he gave this full presentation about orcas by themselves, and they're actually people friendly, believe it or not. They don't like the taste of humans, just to let everybody know. But here's one of the really interesting things about orcas, dolphins, anything that can find things with echo sonar, whatever you call it, echolocation, and they can see through you, almost alien-like. And this is the reason why I say this, is because a lot of people, when they have an alien encounter, they feel that they're talking telepathically to an alien. Orcas and dolphins have this same ability. This is the reason why their speech is squeals, clicks, and beeps, and whatever you want to call it. So this gentleman, and by the way, this is over 24 years ago, about 24 years ago when I went to this, and there was an island where the orcas like to scrub their bodies on these pebbles, and I forgot exactly where this is at, but anybody can look this up. And they showed up there, and there's a bunch of college students that would go out there once a year to go study these orcas. And there was, at this particular time, there was a gentleman that was in the class that happened to be a little bit of a prankster, kind of just like the guy that everybody knows because they don't want to be around. Mm-hmm. And he was, they're not smart, they're just dumb fish, they're just big fish, blah, 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 blah. Who cares if they catch them, or who cares, blah, 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 blah. Well, he ended up falling into this area of a lagoon that happened to be deeper than normal. And he fell into the water while this, I guess they call pods of orcas, or a family of orcas, were there. And they, I think in the way that this gentleman has spoke about it, he's like, they knew that this kid had a little bit of a need for an attitude adjustment. And a male orca swam over to him after he'd fallen into this water, and he's freaking out. Mm-hmm. And it dove down deep, and it came up right under him with its mouth wide open, right under his feet. Probably the scariest thing that anybody would ever see. Yeah. And instead of going any further, it stops, probably about 2-3 feet under him. It starts to spin, and scared the living daylights out of this kid. And according to the testimony of many people that were there, he ended up being one of the best guys in the group at that point. He didn't give anybody a hard time. And when it comes to alien life under the oceans, going back to the question that you asked me, Danielle, orcas, dolphins, probably most marine life, and I hate to compare this, as everybody knows I'm a movie buff, to Avatar, where aliens prefer Android over Apple. That's a good one. Like that. But when it comes to these beings, right, that may or may not be under the water, and I believe wholeheartedly that they are. What's a better place to hide? I mean, obviously, if you don't want to be seen, it's either underground, underwater. Underwater is the most unexplored place on this planet. Right. We know more about our moon than we do underwater. We know more about Mars and our sun, which is 93 point whatever million miles away. So it's the best place to hide. But there have been a lot of talk about people that say, hey, you have an intelligent being out there in space that wants to come check us out. And you've heard it on Joe Rogan, you've heard other podcasts of people saying this, you know what I mean? And here we are saying that, well, what is the human race? When realistically, when brain size matters and brain function matters, you have just dolphins that have a higher language system than we do.
Right, more complex.
More complex. Why wouldn't they go down there and hang out with the orcas, the whales, and the dolphins? Because I mean, literally, they probably have more to say than we do.
That's a good one.
I think also another point to probably think about is the fact that orcas aren't building nuclear warheads, so maybe it's safer also. They also
good point, Marquise.
I mean, they don't have warships and things like that. They tend to just kind of
more to say.
They're harmonious. They are part of the circle of life. We veer way off the circle of life and tend to introduce a new element, which is the circle of death. So I think they prefer to be
where it's safer and there's life things that's flourishing, and following that circle of life, so to speak. But yes, to your point, it is safer. I mean, it is a better place to hide undersea because we can't even explore at a certain depth of the sea. We can't even go down that far.
No,
So
we don't have that equipment yet, and only 20% of ocean floor is mapped. The rest of the stuff we don't have a clue. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
only
I thought
20%.
We've explored less than 10%. We've only mapped about
20.
20%.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
very little. Yeah.
Here's another aspect to look at, though, because there was quite a while back when I was on the show, I had talked about this company that had made these submersibles that would literally map the ocean, and they're trying to make as many as they can. But the problem is it's finite. I mean, literally, it's not finite. We can cover the ocean with these things if somebody wanted to front the bill for it. But there's only going to be maybe, if we're lucky, 100,000. Most likely in the tens of thousands, if maybe even less. And yeah, we can map the ocean floor, but because these things are actually putting off a signature by themselves, it's no problem for whoever's down there to see these things coming and be like, oh, we just got to move over here real quick. Move over, let it go past, and go back to where they were. You know what I mean? It's really not that hard to hide down there, even if... Okay, so we do have submersibles that can go down to the deepest part of the ocean, which is in the Marianas Trench. And I think the Explore Deep, or whatever they call that submersible that went down there.
Yeah.
We have the ability, but the expense to get down there is incredible. It is insane how much it costs. But if we actually just all got together and say, hey, we want to check out the whole of the Mariana Trench and just place them going left and right, that way they can't hide down there, period. And you can have like 4 or 5 of them just traversing that area, and then we'd be able to map it accurately and find out exactly what's down there and see if there's any imprints left on the floor of the ocean from anything that was there. They're going to see movement no matter what, because even down that far, there is still living life. I mean, there's still life down there.
Well, oh yes. Like I was mentioning, some of the very unusual creatures that they find out, as they were doing the research and going deep under the oceans. And some of those creatures, they really do look like they're coming from, science movies, like they're coming from Mars, from Moon, or, when they look the labs, they caught the alien, and now the alien is going to attack the Earth. So when you look some of these creatures, they look really bizarre and also other way fantastic, because they're giving you imagination to make a movie or a story or something like that. So pretty cool.
Yeah, there's something else, Grant. I think you're a gamer, right? If I remember correctly. If anybody in the chat is a gamer, put an L in the chat. But here's the thing: in video games, there's a new way to play, and that is a new way to design video games. They make games with a map, right? Especially when they have these big open world video games. But now they're doing this thing called verticality. And instead of just having a land to explore, they have up in the sky, like with the new Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom that's coming out. And they have
Zelda is coming, okay.
Right. So a new one.
For anybody that wants to know, the new Zelda is coming out on the 12th of this month, and I already have it pre-ordered. It's $69.99.
The 12th of next month. Is it this April? I thought it was May.
No, it's May 12th.
Yeah, next month.
You're right.
So
I'm gonna mark that on my calendar. So
Danielle's gonna be. We're gonna be on Twitch streaming Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Me and Danielle, we're gonna be seeing rule again. But here's the thing, though. The thing is that it's not just about what's on land. There's a verticality. There's a sky. There's underneath. There's a massive amount of space. We occupy the land, and that's it. And yes, we do fly in the air, but there's a limitation to how free we are in any of those domains, other than the land itself. And so yes, we own the domain of land, which is why we don't see a lot of things on land. But under the ocean, there is a massive amount of space to explore that we cannot do. And in the sky, we are limited to how long we can be up there and how many people we can put up in space, in outer space, or even above our atmosphere. So it's no surprise that we would find these things, these beings, these civilizations that are, if they are more advanced than us, in smarter places where we cannot explore as fully or thoroughly. So
that's why underwater aliens, people are saying they've been there for a while. It's like Grant, you're saying, perfect place to hide. It's a perfect place, to go and, build the bases, do your business. Nobody will even notice. Even if they notice you, it's really good way to hide because nobody will probably go to the bottom that, they have their own bases or, the underwater cities or whatever. Right. And now that we know that some people, divers die even, when they did encounter extraterrestrials, imagine, how shocking and scary that would be if actually we start seeing them more and more. So I'm hoping, people in authority will come out and tell us more about what's happening out there. And that's why I'm mentioning cosmic conspiracy. Right. So according to United Nations, since 1974, there were 150 million UFO sightings. 150 million.
There are no aliens out there.
Yes, exactly.
Just kidding.
Exactly. So this is by United Nations. So it's not some basically statement from somebody over there. This is by United Nations. From 1974 up to today, there were over 150 million sightings that were reported. And let's say there are probably some that were not even reported. And then, more than 20,000 of these accounts were UFO landings.
Right.
So
wait, how many?
This is the fact, you guys. I want you to keep this. Yeah, this is the fact.
Repeat that number again. How many?
20,000. 20,000.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the truth. So, and these are accounts of UFO landings. So this is the fact. This is the truth. So this is the biggest secret of the entire world. It's the biggest conspiracy ever. And now we have, basically intelligence, we have all these, scientists, much more machinery, equipment to dig out more under the water, on, on the shore, in the forest, around volcanoes, whatever. So how come we are not reporting anything? What do you guys think about that?
Well, Danielle, I believe it was last week, I did a report on a pretty extensive part of the show I devoted to kind of positing an idea that, hold on one second, Grant's got something to show up here. Positing an idea that, are you ready? I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were ready or not.
No, you're good. I was just looking through the Malibu, so this is the thing that they found, the underwater base.
Yes, and I mentioned the Malibu. I'm sure you did hear it. I mentioned the Malibu, Baja California, all of those ones, yes.
So real quick, I want to respond to that, and that is that the short of it is the idea that Luis Elizondo did an interview where he said he kind of posed this idea that what if the government is not telling us, because at some point they realize that they look at this phenomena and decide whether it was benevolent or malevolent or neutral. Well, they decided that if it's not helping us in a way, that a global way, in any way really, helping humanity in any way at all, then it's probably not benevolent. So therefore, it is either uninterested, it's like non-interested or non-partial, impartial, or it's malevolent. If it is impartial or malevolent, then they have to they have to prepare for the malevolent, because if it's benign, if it's not interested, then who cares? But you can't then ignore the possibility of it being the other possibility, which is malevolent. And so therefore, if it is, then it is acting as if it is an enemy that is preparing the battlefield by observing our nuclear war capabilities, by observing our pilots, by observing our tactics, by showing us that it has this ability to tell way beyond what we can. For example, our algorithms decide where a pilot goes for its mission on training missions. An algorithm decides that. It decides it in real time. But these beings are able to detect it before even the algorithm spits out an output for where they're supposed to go. Well, Commander David Fravor said it was at their cap point. Guess what? They knew that. So it's acting as if it's preparing the battlefield for some kind of encounter. And they have to do that. But here's another thing. If they were to tell the American people, hey everyone, there's another being in this earth, they're not ours, they may be malevolent, we don't know, they're They haven't done anything yet, but it seems like they're preparing. Well, guess what? The enemy, the potential enemy, loses its strategic advantage in any war scenario. When an enemy loses its advantage of secrecy of cover, it then will not wait to attack. It will attack immediately because it loses its strategic advantage. So they can't tell us, because if they do, and the potential enemy finds out, then guess what? They don't attack in 5-10 years. They attack tomorrow, and we are not prepared to defend ourselves against an enemy that has the capabilities that these things have. Not that that's what's going on. That's how the military thinks about it. It's just them to read.
But realistically, I mean, that's our human militaristic mindset projecting.
I like how my comments up there.
You find a different species, like let's say there's aliens out there, and they're watching us, and they're seeing our tactics and everything. Which, you know, when you have a tic tac and Commander David Travers, I'll just use that as an example because that's exactly what you just pulled out. You know, when he's going to a cap point and they vector him to a new destination, basically, and he goes over and he sees this item or this contact down there. And I do love everybody on the show, by the way, and including all of you in the chat. But when they vector him away from where the cap point is, he goes over there and he finds out really quickly that this thing can not only outmaneuver, he even wishes he could fly the object, period. And he said that, what was it? I think it was actually when he was on the Joe Rogan interview. But anyways, it went back when it blinked out of existence, so to speak. And he was like, where in the world did it go? And then everybody was on the Nimitz, including where in the same boat that John Day was on. Or Kevin Day, sorry. Literally, it went and reappeared at his cap point. So that shows intelligence and the ability to sit there and understand exactly what our military is doing, what we're thinking. And yeah, this is something that I believe is, you know, you can use that against us highly.
I'm gonna make a blast in the universe. I hope everybody in the chat is ready, because I always leave the sweet thing for the end. Thank you. And the truth is, Eisenhower administration, so the one that was ruling United States of America, this is the talk that everybody's talking about, that they did make agreement with extraterrestrials because of the energy gravity propulsion systems, and that extraterrestrials would give them not totally instructions, but the guidance and basically elements, including element 115, how to make these special flying objects. You know, there is agreement made between basically extraterrestrials and the humans because of the technology that we are using today, and that some of the military is using basically every day and still exploring. What do you guys think about that?
Get started.
I said I'll make a blast in the universe. So that's what it is. They're saying that everything, this cosmic conspiracy started with this president's administration, that they made agreement, and the major thing was the energy gravity propulsion system. And that they gave them information, that they even had a meeting face to face, where actually they will give them instructions, how to build it, how to use it, and etc., including the element.
Here's the thing. About that thing, right?
Yes.
The grand let's take over here in a second. Here's the thing about that, right? They also, if we're going to go by this is a well-known theory, and it's not just but alleged actual event. They didn't, the aliens were the beings and not human intelligences, not they said they were only going to adopt a certain amount. Because the deal was, in exchange for technology, they wanted something. And that something was to be able to adopt as many people, a certain amount of things from the U.S., and they would harm them and they would return them. Well, they didn't go by the deal. They actually broke the deal. They abducted way more, and they didn't do all of it. They completely disrespected the deal. Did not come. And so now there's a problem. From what I understand from this account, they realized that they made a bad deal, and they can't do anything to stop this.
ahead, and I'm going to tell you more. Go ahead.
I can agree with that. And you're talking about the council, right?
Yes.
So the Galactic Federation was happening decades. That was one of the actual ways us genetically checking you guys out, but in trade, we'll give you technology. Obviously, the powers that be in the world are going to be like, sure, why not? Give me technology, heck yeah, money. But I do agree with the fact that they've gone above and beyond what they should have done. I do believe that now people are getting pissed off because it's hurting them physically, mentally. So, yeah, the Element 115 thing, on the other hand, that was something that we first came into awareness of that back in the 80s when Bob Lazar made himself public. And that's when Bob Lazar. And so Bob Lazar went public, and what was it? George Knapp that helped him do it. And they literally said, hey, I've been working on this propulsion system because he was a propulsion expert. And I mean, the guy put a rocket engine in a Honda and also on a bicycle. Like, the guy just liked his science. In fact, he owns a science store as we speak. But he was the one decades ago, back in the 80s, that said, hey, if these things are powered by, and once it comes to this type of molecular science, there was a, how do I put this? There's Element 115 is like this. I'm going to explain it in a way, I just forget the word. Element 115 is the core element. But then there's like these, there's these different aspects of it that it can combine this atom here, or this whatever here and there, and you can make it where it's actually stable. Now, we've only been able to create today a very small amount, and it's very unstable and it's very quick. Yeah. But realistically, how in the heck would he know about this back in, like, what was it? It was the early mid-80s when he came out with this. Like, yes, this is technology that they were giving us, and that's one of the reasons why decades later, when it finally come out in Scientific Magazine or America or whatever that is, and like, oh yeah, Element 115's found. We already knew that it existed. Bob was already
True.
about it.
Yes, he did. I know. And then somehow people still say, "Oh, he just guessed it." How do you guess that accurately?
No. It's not guess. It's the truth. It's the fact, and we know they existed. And if we talk about this agreement between humans and extraterrestrials, I think that's where the major error will happen. First of all, we made agreement with somebody who is much higher, advanced, and much stronger than us in all the aspects. Second of all, we cannot go against them in any kind of way. And I think our own greed is now costing us the lives, trauma, and many problems that many people are affected because of encounters, abductions, post-traumatic stress disorders, etc. that happen with these people that experience children being abducted, the sperm, ovaries being used for their own reproduction, the surrounded by many different creatures, and some of the very powerful people and authorities have been kind of, having meetings with them that can be costly for our future generations. And I hope that people like us can make a difference.
Yeah. Now we're gonna go to break in like 1 minute, everybody. So I want to, first of all, we're gonna take you with us when we come back, or are you gonna head out?
I have to head out. I gotta put kids to bed. But I just wanted to jump on this. And I love you. I love you guys. I really do. And thank you for having me on for the last few minutes of your show on this hour. For everybody else who's in the chat, I love every single one of you. And if you want to get a hold of me, you know how to do it. And I hope everybody has a great
Happy to Grant.
Thank you, Grant. Thank you.
All right, everybody, if you haven't already, we are going to want to break. Show some love by Snap Like Button. When we come back, we are going to close out Danielle's topic of U.S. socialism. We had a lot to cover. There's a lot to cover. I'm sure she has a little bit to talk about it. We're gonna talk about the Cosby conspiracy, and then later this afternoon we're gonna see. I've got some crazy color, but I got a couple of news stories to share with you all. So don't go anywhere. Hang on tight because we're saying it's speeding up for the rest of the night. Everybody, don't forget, show some love and like, comment, and by subscribing. See you all after.
Holy shit, look at all the good people that got on that.
I won't actually run after it. That's just in my mind.
That'll eat a bird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trial.
There we go. a fucking piece of ash in my mouth or some shit. Okay. trying to play gin and juice and shit.
Speak with the possibility as a vulnerability that they can't talk about because if they do, there could be an imminent in their minds there could be an imminent attack.
Bob you and then continue working on it, and that's how I see it.
And again, it's not just us and us here reporting on this. There's also marine biologists and oceanographers who weighed in on this subject as well. So some suggest that certain UFO sightings could be explained by bioluminescent creatures underwater, or underwater volcanic activity, or even natural gas release. Because the ocean is full of surprises after all. But I don't think that's they're trying to make sense of a phenomenon.
For that shit. I think big, big,
And you know what? The truth what is, they always will have the scientists to play the game, I'm sorry to say it, and do the cover, even if they don't want to. This is their job because many of them work for the government agencies, and some sponsors too, and they have to get funding, and we understand that. So they must play the game. That's the law, and they have to feed their families and support their homes. So I understand, but also that's why me and Marquise and Grant and the rest of the SR is here to tell you guys the truth, and the many journalists out there like the Grant is saying what they're doing, and Marquise, that's why we are waking you up, guys, and making this fight, together we'll get the truth out there. And I'm very passionate about everything, but the truth what is underwater bases, they didn't even mention petroglyphs. And if you go deeper, if you're talking about the scientists that do study these beautiful paintings and the carvings around the areas of the water, they always find also whatever was speculated to be inside of the water, whether somebody would see some kind of creature, they'll find that some
I
ancestors
aim it.
tried
Well, shit, motherfucker.
did make a picture in the cave, and now they're looking and go, oh, was already here and it's coming out now again. So it couldn't live for 6,000 years and show up again, So if it's any kind of creature that lives on this earth, that we're talking about the regular marine life, there's no marine life that will live 1,000, 3,000 years and will continue, swimming in the water and come out and say, hello, I'm still here and now I'm gonna go under. So it doesn't make sense. But the truth what is, just like you were mentioning, what happened to the divers in the Russia, and I think that's what one of the most shocking stories ever, because when divers did encounter these creatures on the keys, they said they were pretty long and huge and big, again in silver and gray outfits that were really shiny.
Where's
They were spinning in the water out from them. So they said when they encountered them, they were shocked. So
listen to that shit?
is it possible that their electromagnetic field, because going through the waves of the water, did affect the heartbeat? And our heart, those people don't know, does have a positive and negative side and the rhythm. So is it possible that affected the rhythm of their hearts, and that's why they were going into cardiac arrests? Or is it possible, that they were so shocked?
I don't even want to hear what the fuck she's saying. I don't know. I'm trying to hear that shit. What the hell? Let's try and go over this shit. Turn the lights to white.
Sorry, I didn't hear back from your devices.
You kidding me? Stupid ass bitch.
I went to the liquor store and bought like 15, 20 bottles, a bunch of wine. I got like a fucking keg of wine. Cocaine. And I did a methadone. I did ketamine. Liquor and wine and weed and opioids and cannabis. Let's see how this is. Whoa, damn, this looks fucking good, dude. This looks really good. Let's see if I can get a good camera on this. See if I can show you what I see. I don't know. It like that fucking looks good, man. It's a deluxe. What the fuck is it called? I forgot. It's like a deluxe McCrispy. I forgot what it's called. It was like $9 for one little sandwich, but it looked fucking good on the thing. So you see how this is. Oh yeah, it's called a bacon ranch McCrispy deluxe. guy has some good music. Damn it. Comments are turned off.
Fuck off, Jesus.
These guys are powerful, man. Yeah.
Damn, we're all just left in lobby.
there. There it is.
froze. Wait, no, not the wind bracers. That's not what it was. The wind charm. Increase dodge against wind. So it doesn't nullify it. But that's okay. I'm gonna give you this, and I'm gonna give me the wind charm, because it's better than nothing. Alright, maybe Junpei? Does Junpei have it? No, he has the Mega Power Band. Strength increased by 5. And since we're not using you, Junpei, if you don't mind, I'm just gonna take it from you. I'll give you this instead. And we're gonna give this to Koro-chan. Yeah, we need to get some new things for Koro. He's just got his bare paws in a dog suit. That's no good.
Calorie plant.
Let's see. Strength increased by 1. Better than nothing. We need a muscle dog. Alright, feeling good. So go ahead and save the game. Junpei getting power creeped. Well, happens to the best of us. Now I know there's a dude here. There's like a guy. Please be careful, there are 3 enemies in the— oh, I'm a dumbass, so let's get out of here. Yeah, so there's actually a boss here. I think before we fight the boss, let's look for the person. Let's do a bit of grinding. Get in the party, Akihik's, Koromaru, and Aigis.
I'll show you what I'm made of.
Let's go. We're saying I'm instead of I am. That's big progress, lads. Big progress. He's just a little guy. All right, let's go search for the person that lost their way. I'll be reading super chats as well, but I'm gonna wait a little bit until we grind. There have been some little ones that I didn't completely finish. For example, Resident Evil. For the brief time people were allowed to super did a cruise on this one, so the main focus is going to be birthday. That's right, Super Boss was, of course. The main focus is birthday Supas. So yeah. But you know, today is going to be a decently long stream, so we will have the time for sure to get through a really good chunk of them. Shall we fight? Awesome, brave, Daru skills. Definitely have those. Hold on a second. It's been a little while, but I'm still battling. You're just battling. Do that shit.
Like that, bro.
Nice one, team. Excellent teamwork. Ooh, money. Really need that right now. Nice. Look at this cool dog. Yeah, you know whose level isn't high enough for that persona yet? Mine. So eventually.
Facebook, to read up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire, and so much more. Danielle Beasley.
Yes, my friend.
Before the break, this comment section is blowing up. I had to, make a potty break real quick on the during the show break, so I apologize for the missing the chat here. But thank you for staying with us, everyone. I wanted to make this, existential argument about why I think that it's important for us to be considered sovereign and to be given a choice.
Please go ahead.
So, one of the most awe-inspiring facets of human nature, in my opinion, is our capacity for altruism or self-sacrifice, especially when it comes to those we hold dear, people that we love. It's what sets us apart from other species on this, beautiful planet here, this blue ball. And the answer might be, it might just lie in the depths of our soul. But I think that we have it. I think that we have a sort of soul beneath it. So, I'm going to give you an analogy. Picture this: a mother shielding her child from danger, or a friend risking their life to save a companion, a stranger jumping into a raging river to rescue someone they've never met. These are incredible acts of selflessness, or they're woven into the fabric of humanity at our core. Now, I know that what some of you might be thinking, but other animals exhibit altruism and sacrifice too, you think. And you're right, to an extent. But when it comes to the sheer depth and complexity and range of our selfless acts, humans stand in a league of our
What's
own.
going on with the boat?
See, while animals may display altruism in some ways,
Ting tong.
it's often limited to their own kin or those with whom they share a close bond with. But we humans, we transcend it. We transcend those boundaries to extend our compassion and sacrifice, not just to the family and friends that we have close to us, but to complete strangers, people from different cultures, and even from generations we will never know. And it doesn't stop there. Our altruism reaches beyond the realm of our own species. We rescue abandoned animals, fight for the conservation of endangered species, and strive to protect the environment for, the well-being of all life on this planet.
Ting tong.
If that's not awe-inspiring, I don't know what is.
Ting tong.
So the next time you hear a story of incredible self-sacrifice or witness an act of pure, selfless love, take a moment to marvel at the beauty of the human spirit, of who we are at our core. Because it's in these moments that we truly see what sets us apart.
Ting tong.
This capacity for altruism and unwavering commitment to the ones we love, and our determination to make the world a better place. For all that inhabit it, because it's not just our planet. It's like humans. It's everyone. It's every creature, every living thing on this planet. It belongs to all of us.
I was just playing. I was just saying ting tong because I'm fucking around, buddy.
Just to kind of think about that, because if we are sentient beings who have the
ting tong
capacity that is much deeper for altruism, that is much deeper than other creatures on this planet, and I, in my opinion, beings that are visiting this planet that are non-human, I think that is important to recognize.
Sit on my lap.
As a reason to give us a choice, as a reason to be sovereign, as a reason to be treated much better than how we have
Sit here, buddy.
through these abduction experiences.
Let me show you some good
through
weed.
These encounters that we've had, some people have had, all across this blue planet.
Stay here.
Danielle?
Stay here with me.
When I was listening to you very carefully, and
Stay here, baby.
I am a
Stay here,
person
Jaja.
who fights for humanity,
Stop.
for
Stop.
love,
Jaja.
for
Jaja.
every
Give me
little
Jaja, give me
grass out there.
Jaja.
As a Reiki master, I also did learn
Stop it.
to speak to
Stay here.
I know some people may laugh, but to speak to the herbs, to speak to the plants, to speak to the trees. And it's even proven that these vibrations and these special, fields, electromagnetic fields, and even like the roots of the trees are connected and they're talking to each other. And as studying that, I understood, plants have feelings, herbs have feelings, flowers have feelings, trees, like all the sea world, it doesn't matter, ocean, all the creatures of this world have feelings, including humans. And when you mention what we do as a humans for one another, for this planet, it doesn't actually connect to agenda of, this so-called, conspiracy, cosmic conspiracy that was done
Right.
between the government and the extraterrestrials. Yes, not all of them are probably that evil like we are thinking, but so far we had very little encounters with some that are really good towards to the humankind. So when you mentioned that to me, Marquise, even made me question more what was done and what kind of agreements were done with these beings that are much stronger than us, that they can destroy this beautiful circle of life, just like our beautiful Aboriginal people are saying, and how far they can destroy humanity.
Good boy.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say thank you, Steve Wolf, for the
Thank you so
super
much.
chat.
Thank
Much
you.
respect and love, my great friends Danielle. Many thanks, Marquise. SORians. I'm going to coin that SORians. That is a freaking fantastic.
Love it. Love it.
SORians, welcome. Donnie Cho in the chat again
Thank
with the
you,
super
Donnie.
chat.
Thank you.
I love humanity. That being said,
Good
death to
boy.
darkness. I don't know, but I probably wouldn't go. Donnie Cho, keep in mind we are at a disadvantage, sir. We got to calm down here. Let's talk about love and peace here. And I wanted to address a comment that I think is important to bring up. Kurt M says, "How did they get endangered in the first place?" Oh yeah, we did. You're referring to endangered species on this planet. Nuclear war, right? We've had Hiroshima and Nagasaki, two places that the biggest budget ever. That before, of course, there's obviously a secret program that's been conducted that has a bigger budget than the Manhattan Project. There is a budget bigger than that. But we'll talk about that some other time. And it has to do with extraterrestrials. We're not human intelligence. Anyway, the Manhattan Project, the best kept secret, aside from the UFO secrets, ever. The most well funded, aside from, of course, this, the secret UFO secret UFO programs ever. All right,
Yes.
to destroy an entire city of people, most of which are innocent. Terrible, done by human beings. The question is, do we look at that and say this is how we conduct ourselves against other species, or do we look at that as one of the greatest stains on humanity ever? And we're not a very evolved species, really. I mean, our technology is only a few hundred years old. If you really think about it, we're a couple years into the technological evolution. We're not that advanced, really, and we're not that very far down the evolutionary timeline. And so, even as lesser evolved species, so to speak, we still have done these terrible things and recognize how terrible they were. So, Kurt M, to your point, yes, what we've done to this planet in many ways is terrible, but many of us recognize that this is wrong. We all, even the people that have done those things, knows that what was done was wrong.
Yes.
And so that recognition is because a part of us understands the disgusting nature of violence and destruction. We understand it, and we don't like it, and we know it shouldn't be done. I think, again, that speaks to that part of us that makes us different. Because when a lion eats a zebra, I'm pretty sure it has a smile on its face.
Yes.
Every
yes.
lion around it
Ding dong.
says, "Hey, great job, you
Ding
killed the
dong.
lion."
It's a circle of life. If we're talking about natural selection or survival of the animal of the humans, that's a little bit different than going so advanced with nuclear powers, technology, and etc. And I'm not a military expert. I learned from some of the military officials here in Canada that are my good friends, so they kind of teach me a little bit more about it. Eric, Markion, we are technological infants. I totally agree. For extraterrestrials, that we are neonatal for extraterrestrials when it's coming to that. So anybody been to neonatal, they would know exactly what I'm talking about. So talking about love and compassion and everything that still exists in the circle of life. It's just the way life around the planet works. And I encourage you guys. Many of you in the chat, you're very talented and very well people, knowledgeable and informed about many things. But if you dig into circle of life, you find many key answers, why this one is behaving this one and that one. But then we'll give you the answer who we are and what we are. But extraterrestrials don't go inside of that circle at all. Like they in their this conspiracy, like you're saying, Marquise, cosmic conspiracy that is happening between the authorities and them. It doesn't go inside of the circle of life. And like you're saying, everything that we did, it's far away because as much as we try to be now, I'm gonna throw something. I'm gonna make a blast in the universe. Are
Make
you
a
ready,
blast in the
Marquise?
universe.
Yes.
I'm ready. Let's go.
As much as we are craving for technology, didn't you see that lately that much we are also craving for human connection? Because
Yes.
I see more and more lately people are saying, this technology is great, but also, I want to spend time with my family. Or, yes, this cell phone is cool, but I'm going to still play the ball like I was playing when I was a kid and go outside and play on the field. So, as much as we are craving that, technology and advanced things and whatever, that much we are also craving for the basic, and that's a human interaction and connection.
So Donnie Cho says, Donnie Cho with
Thank
another
you.
super chat, always showing love on the super chats. My old Korean grand uncle once told me that when he first learned of the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, he cried tears of joy. Why on earth did he? Well, I mean, it depends on which North or South.
Exactly.
Here's the thing.
That's a politics now. It's two
Well,
different
I'm
things.
well, not necessarily. I have something to say about that. Here's
Of
another
course,
thing
go
about
ahead.
there is I don't know if anybody's heard of Maslow's hierarchy. We have on this planet, we have these scientists that are called psychologists, and I'm being rhetorical in a sense because we all know what psychologists are. These psychologists study the human brain specifically and all its workings and how the mind works and all this stuff like that, and so do cognitive psychologists and neuropsychologists and so forth, and all these. The sciences that are involved with these psychologists, whether they be psychologists, neuropsychologists, neuroscientists, whatever, there is a unified understanding about the human mind, the human brain, right? If you feel bad, your brain releases toxic chemicals that ultimately result in things that are damaging to your biology. For example, one of the greatest illnesses to humanity is stress. The greatest cause of illness
stress
is
is
stress,
horrible.
right?
Yes. Silent killer.
Ulcers, cancer, tumors, all of these things, they're the great heart disease. All these things, we could just amount all of them. They are because our civilization is under an excessive amount of stress. And it's not conducive to human development or human harmony with this planet or with ourselves, right? With each other. And so we can look at something, for example, that needs to be done or that is done efficiently, like biology. Your body does everything that it does perfectly. It communicates, every cell communicates with every other cell. Every process in your brain and your body, works perfectly. But when something isn't working, then it causes stress to the biology of your body. And that stress ultimately leads to damage and disorder and disarray and chaos and pain and suffering. And the one thing that everyone can agree with, and this is an objective truth, chaos, disorder, things that lead to your inevitable death sooner than you would like, not a good thing. I don't think that people would like to do that. You don't want to, for example, cut your arm off because it itches. That's a bad idea. You don't want to, for example, step in a pool of lava because that's a terrible idea. There are certain things that we know we shouldn't do because if we do, they'll lead to stress that is not only unnecessary but inevitably leads to an early death, an early grave.
Yeah.
And all of us value our life. We do not want to die. We want to live.
No.
And the only people who want to die are experiencing an excessive amount of stress. And so I think that anything that causes more stress to our biology, to our psychology, isn't desired by human beings. Everyone thinks they have a good way to do that. It's very difficult. The complexity of how to carry out human life and civilization to alleviate stress, to reduce stress, there are a lot of differing opinions about that, but the bottom line is none of us want to experience stress unless there's something wrong with our brain. So that means that the only kind of people, human beings in general, that enjoy stress are ones that are experiencing an excessive amount of stress, and it has diluted or confused the way that they think about the reality. I hope this makes sense. I hope I'm making sense here.
Yeah,
So
if I can just add, and I will explain that because of my background in a very simple way. So, uh, if you look at the human body, we can call it a homeostatic balance. Homo meaning house, static balance. So we have a balance inside of our body, and it's called homeostatic balance. So when stress attacks, we go in parasympathetic flight. So let's just
right.
explain that in very simple way. So it'll be like a plane going up, you are in liftoff. When you're actually in sympathetic flight, everything is okay, your plane is going smoothly down to the sky. So let's say you're really stressed, that's when immediately everything goes up. So that's very simply explained for everybody to understand. What I'm going to bring out, as much as we are trying to cope to this stress and we are getting used to some mechanisms and building some mechanism to become stronger, dealing with the stress of environment and the life, still we are not the machines. And I agree with you, Marquise. You know, whatever is bringing stress to the life, we don't want it as a
You were
humans.
gonna.
Maybe we have to have it because of the work or you know, let's say something in your house, or let's say a stress. If you are doing the nursing, of course you'll be stressed if somebody died on your arms. You'll learn kind of to cope with it, but still it'll be in your head. Somebody just died 10 seconds ago in front of your own eyes. Don't think you're gonna be especially happy about
Okay,
that. Say,
buddy.
oh, I'm trained nurse. You know, he died in
Okay,
front of
John
my
John.
eyes. I'm okay. I'm gonna go get my
Wow.
popcorn. No, it doesn't
Right.
work that way.
Okay, buddy.
But the truth, what is, you know, we can get some better coping with the stress as we learn to cope with the environment and what environment brings and life brings to us. But still, unneeded stress is something that human beings don't need, because we want to have that sympathetic flight where everything is going smoothly, and that's when we are all
Right.
happy. But unfortunately, like you're saying, certain inventions, cosmic theories and stuff like that can bring more chaos to
Yeah.
the humanity.
I see there's some disagreement in the chat. I like disagreement. You know why? Because I feel like it helps us. It iron sharpens iron. Let's do this. Let's have some good stress. Juliana McGill says stress is necessary and inevitable in the fact that to be able to handle more stress, he must learn coping mechanisms so that it does not drain you. To your point, Juliana, let me just make this another point here. I was a personal fitness trainer for 6 years. And that is a very important thing to bring up. The idea that your body needs stress to be resilient to stress that's to natural stress from the environment. So for example, if you expose yourself to cold and you work out in the cold and you train in the cold, eventually your body will be so resistant to the cold that when you are in the cold, you are less likely to get sick, and your body is strong enough to handle those extreme temperatures to a certain extent, of course. Obviously, you can get hypothermia if you're in cold water for too long, if you're not trained, so on and so forth. And there are people who train to be able to fight even that. If they're trained in meditation and certain practices, they can actually even survive very cold temperatures that would normally cause hypothermia. And so therefore there is some benefit to exposing yourself to extreme temperatures, under controlled and as a trained person, in order to handle those stressors for all kinds of reasons. However, a child, for example, who is experiencing the kind of stress that results in a lifelong trauma, not good. That is a different kind of. I'm referring to the kind of stress that causes trauma that is not good. I'm not referring to working out. I'm not referring to like having, like, for example, this disagreement doesn't cause me necessarily any stress. I like this, but it does. There is a level of stress that I'm able to handle because I've handled so much of disagreeing with people that it's important to be able to challenge somebody, to challenge your opinions and talk to them. That's important. I believe that. And as a consequence, I have learned to deal with the stress of having a disagreement without being hurt by it. That's important. That's important. But what's
And
not important is assault, harassment, things like that. That's not the
yes,
same kind of stress that people should be able to
no.
handle. Those are things that we shouldn't have to handle.
And
Physical assault, assaults that happen on your butt to
Hey
cause
Siri,
bodily harm that's unwanted. These are
oh,
things
it's
that are
my
not
fucking pocket.
stress.
Hey Siri, turn the lights to white.
conflict leads to more chaos. And all of which, of course, is not good for the human biology. It's not good for human psychology. It's not good for human sociology. So again, that's what I'm referring to. I'm not referring to any stress. That would be ridiculous on my part. I just wanted to clarify that for you and for everybody in the
Of
chat who
course.
may disagree.
And also, I wanted to address something, and you guys in the chat pay attention. When we're talking about that, think about you guys, Navy SEALs. You know, they're really high professionals, they're trained. But at one point, when we see them coming out and talking, like you're saying, they have post-traumatic disorder because they encounter maybe even extraterrestrials. Or if you see, you know, astronauts, we did talk about some of them that did encounter the stuff. Many of them after that, they were trained, they were high professionals, highly educated. They were trained under different kind of even pressure and everything. But many of them end up even being alcoholic when they were coming out to tell us the truth, what happened with that story. So the truth, what is, as much as we try to cope with different kind of stresses, as somebody who did study human psychology, I can also say we are not machines. They are good stressors that will bring some beneficial factors to our body, just like Marquis is saying. For example, doing the exercise and improving your body, like improving medical your body. So let's say the heartbeat, we're improving the physical fitness. Of course, healthy competition, mind, appearance, psychologically you feel better. So that's perfect. But if you're talking about something, you are the astronaut, you're trained, you are going to go to the moon, and then you're going to come back. So you were perfectly healthy. You were put even in these special chambers. So you were trained at all different kind of stress factors out there that can exist. That these scientists,
I can still hear
come
this,
out,
but I'm just writing
and
a
you
message.
give yourself to the
My son,
alcohol
he's like,
because
I'm
you
trying to get
cannot
hold of you,
cope
so I'm
with
just
everything
letting
that
him
you
know.
saw over there, and now you have to hide that secret. That is also telling you that some of these cosmic conspiracy and what Marquis is saying, I totally respect, it will still make you break down because it's not a good stress. It will eat you inside.
It will. And it has a negative consequence, negative impact on the human biology. So
Exactly.
I wanted to clarify that. So so not to, I didn't mean
Working way
I think
too
that
much
I
and
may have
burnt
been
out.
misunderstood.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and move on to the first
Delivering
story
cargo
that I had
to
for
places
everyone
of unknown
today. Have
destination.
you heard, Danielle,
it's
about the
just,
recent UFO sighting in Russia?
it's just been the weather and all that stuff.
Are you talking about the last month or this month?
It's finally warming up now,
apparently,
so
a
maybe next
mysterious
weekend I can
flying
actually sit
object was
outside and
spotted
camera
hovering
and see
over
what
a
happens.
nuclear power plant in St.
Nice.
Petersburg. Now, before we start panicking about alien invasion,
yeah.
let me give you some details, okay? Because I think it's important to
I
know.
read it
According
heating
to
up out
reports,
here
the
'cause
UFO
it's
was
so
seen
damn
by
hot.
several
I
employees
absolutely
at the
hate it.
plant, at the power plant, and it even showed up on their radar system.
Sorry,
But
guys.
this is where it gets really interesting.
No
The
worries.
objects seem to be able to perform maneuvers that are
45 degrees
impossible
out
for
today.
any
I actually
known
felt the sun
human-made
for once.
aircraft.
It felt great.
That's right. We're talking about some seriously advanced tech
I don't know.
involved with this craft. Now, of course, the Russian government is playing it cool and saying that it was just a weather balloon or something. But let's be real. We all know that that's just a cover-up, as it's always been the history with this phenomenon. I mean, come on, like a weather balloon that can perform aerial acrobatics and travel instantaneous and do all these different maneuvers and with no visible means of propulsion. I don't think so. So what does this mean? So it could be a sign that there's intelligent life, which I believe personally, or it could be that there is a, watchdog, so to speak. We're still observing our technology to see where we are, where these, because now guess what? You know that there's a conflict over there. And Russia is being threatened.
I'm gonna add something very important to what you said. that's why I was mentioning. And the reason, like the date and the time, I personally think, because of all of these threats that are happening, and tensions that are building, and they read us telepathically, they watch us, because like I said, we are the lab, and they're watching from now, under, above, and beyond, from all the sides, they are like under the microscope, so they can see it. They see the threat, and they can read in their mind, so that they are really technologically advanced, they know what they're doing, so they see the threat and possibility of something happening. And that could also maybe stop their project, because the truth, but if you think of what's their agenda to do, and that's why I think we are kind of being
watched. They watched us drop 2 bombs on 2. bar, and that chocolate bar is the technology. So that's what I want. Even if I don't know what I'm going to do. So anyway, that's the truth, because our curiosity, our free can cost us in the future, and I really think it does. But also, what I wanted to mention,
that song is going to be recorded on the CD with a full band coming just very shortly.
And I never lived in Ukraine. I never lived in Russia, but because of the way the air was blowing, all of that air was coming all around the Mediterranean coast and Europe. So all the Europe was affected by the basically nuclear rains and radioactive material and etc. So tomato was like big like that, you guys, you know, and spinach, it looked more like a tobacco, like it was really tall. So, you know, being a kid, you don't understand, especially being a 6-year-old, how come you cannot run down the fields when spinach is so big? But that's how we look at it, you know. That was the accident, and mentioning, you know, Hiroshima and other places where actually we did it on purpose. We still didn't learn anything. We didn't learn anything, and we are just getting more and more this technology that we don't even know. You know how we're gonna.
First, I want to thank everybody.
Yeah, we do know, but maybe we truly don't know the total side effects and how much tomorrow will destroy our Mother Earth. And you mentioned something very important, as they're making the blast in these testing fields where they test the hydrogen bombs, the nuclear bombs, the rockets, and whatever. Of course, this goes far away from the atmosphere and beyond, so they can see exactly what's happening. Maybe even we are drawing the attention of the other galaxies that are, you know, not watching us, and they can see all this commotion happening on our planet. So we are almost like a magnet to the rest of the galaxies and other, you know, beings out there, because we are doing all this mess. It's like a magnet. Come and see us. We are horrible, and we like to do things to one another. Many questions forgot.
And I wanted to address 2 comments.
I love it.
Maybe some
Back in the time when you talked about the world. Back spinning to the time when you walked in the club and seen you smile. As if I was feeling down. You were
That's a great
to ease the
think about.
pain.
Hey, why not? that sucks though. I mean, I would prefer them to help us if anything. But either they're impartial or they're just gonna watch us all annihilate ourselves, which is not a very. If you know someone is going to, especially at the scale that this planet is going to, annihilate not only themselves but every creature on this planet.
The word is that you are gone, but I can't believe still wear your heart on my sleeve.
And I think
really
that
required to let you go.
More evolved creature. That would be pretty messed up. You're
That
just
can
as
still
responsible
feel
for our
within my
destruction if you see
phone.
that we're being idiots.
I love
and do
memories
nothing.
don't feel
We're
that
just
old.
responsible for our own destruction as well.
Not
Because it's like a
ready
parent
to
wants
let
kid.
you
You
go.
don't say that. You don't say that. You don't say that.
Back spinning to the time when we were playing pool.
Take it away.
Back spinning to the time when we talked about the world. Back spinning to the time when we walked in the club and seen you smile. As if I was feeling down. You were there to ease the pain. Yeah, I'm paying for a little while.
Watching this. That happened. Life is
Back in the time
life skills.
If I can add to that, the first comment, some aliens don't care. I totally agree with you, because if they do care, they wouldn't abduct our people, abuse them, use them for their experiments. Some of them were like tortured so bad that they still have many issues like post-traumatic stress disorders and etc. And then another
yeah,
thing,
man.
what I wanted to
Big ups
mention,
to
in
that,
that
Rick.
cosmic
Big ups to that.
conspiracy that we're talking this evening about,
Yeah.
there is
The
seeding mentioned,
chat loves you.
and that there's
I'm pretty
genetic
sure,
modification
everyone who
that is
will leave
inside
this
of the
one up,
plant,
so,
and that seeding takes actually harvesting
very
of
good.
humans'
I'm going to
DNA.
take a look now
So
and see if
are they
I
going
can
to
grab
use
some
that
up,
to
but,
maybe,
with, I have everything working,
make
as you can see,
another
functioning with OBS
Mother
and all
Earth?
that
I'm
stuff
not
and
sure
nonsense.
about it,
So
or is it for their
with the
own
internet
benefit?
being
But
as stable
harvesting
as
of
it is, I might be,
DNA
if I
and
look over and the
seeding
audio's
is
good,
mentioned in cosmic
and the internet's not
conspiracy,
clipping through,
and
I can
this basically
re-record it
exchange
on
of
my
the
OBS.
plans and etc.
Right.
What's given and taken.
Yeah,
So
maybe
that's
I'll be able to
mentioned
release
too.
some kind of thing to show that I'm over here playing music, like show a video
Again,
clip
welcome.
from
They're making
this
Blast
stream.
Universe.
Oh, yeah,
This is
100%,
why I
buddy.
need
Yeah,
you
yeah.
to
So
give me some
I'm
feedback,
hoping
because I can't cover
that's
it. I
good
can't
information for
provide
me as
all
well,
of
by
the
the way.
intellectual
Of course.
insight.
Oh, I
yeah,
cannot
100%.
do it
And I'd
either.
like to
We
show
work
the
together.
activity
Come
of us
on.
being like on
Sasquatch says
on the
you're
panel where
projecting
I'm at,
human
right? Here's
ethical
what's going on.
standards to
So
non-humans. Well,
that's definitely
I think
that's in the future.
you know,
so
when it comes to
I'm
humanity,
just glad I was
right?
able to move the studio, bro. Like, honestly,
we think we're the center of the universe.
It
no
really
matter how
comes
you
down to the internet strength.
But let's just for a moment think about this
we're
from
in the spring now, so temperatures are better. I was able to open up the other
And
side of the trailer
and
put all
just
my stuff
binary,
nicely
but
working and
perspective
everything.
here.
Let me show you.
Like I
this.
said before, there
This is
are
the,
physical laws in the universe
go
that we
like
have to
this,
abide
yeah.
by. Laws
Give me
of
one sec.
thermodynamics, laws of aerodynamics, laws
is the
of
setup
all
now.
kinds of things, physics and all that stuff. And all of these
Ah,
things,
nice.
they
Yeah,
are
you got the
they're not
monitor
just
speakers. Yeah,
science
yeah.
And
You got
believe
the,
it or not, I'm in
you
this
got the
board.
goods there, baby.
They
Yeah,
are
I'm in the
observable
original
and
OG
objective
board.
reality. We are trying
I
to
got it
understand
kind of cleaned up and
objective
everything.
reality.
Yeah, it was a good
And one
idea
thing
I
that
had
I've
there,
always
wasn't it?
struggled with
Yeah,
is there a way to
so,
look at
yeah,
reality
that's kind of my setup
that is
now.
objective
Like, literally did
when it comes to
printers,
how we
studio
treat each other?
monitors for recording,
And
mixing,
I
live
personally believe
mixing,
there
and then your
is,
Mac in the
but
center,
let's forget
so
about what I think.
it's a lot
Scientists
more
say
spacious
that there
for
is.
me. And
For
a lot
example,
more
I mentioned
functioning,
earlier about the
for
fact
the
that
time being.
Yeah, no,
when
it
you
looks
think
good,
about
bro.
what human
Yeah,
beings,
man.
any
Yeah, let me
creature
just go back
wants,
over here.
it doesn't want to die. Because if it
I mean, it's
did,
something.
then
Fuck,
no
man,
creature
you gotta
would
get,
exist
you gotta
at
start
all.
from somewhere.
And so for life
And,
to exist at
it
all,
could be a lot
life
worse.
needs to
I'm doing pretty
do
good.
what it needs to
So,
do to stay alive.
I haven't
And if
noticed
there is
any
anything
glitching or
that
nothing
comes
with
in the
the
way
internet
of
at all
any
since
creature,
I've been in
no-
here
or
and
even
reconnected
non-creature like a
everything to the
plant,
box. So Not
of
a
their
thing.
ability
All
to
day,
live,
nothing.
then it
So
will find ways
I'm
around
hoping
that
that
thing that's preventing it
you know,
from
now I
staying
can
alive.
be able, like I said,
And
share
so to your
content
point,
from
Sasquatch,
somebody else's streams
I
and
don't
be able
think
to
that
replay
aliens
that.
are
It's
like
good. It works
us
promo
in
for
every
both
way.
of us.
I think that there is an objective
kills two
reality
birds, three
that
birds with
even
one stone.
they have to abide by. Regardless
if
of
it's
where
that
they're
bad,
from
Ping
or what they
Pang, a
believe,
managing
there is an
moderator can
objective
just,
reality.
And
when it, and
very
again,
good.
this is why
Very
I
good,
say
very
people
good,
have,
Rich.
I have been
Well, we
told by
look forward
someone,
to the
hey,
fishing
listen, they are more
extravaganza.
evolved, and
Please
so
send me
therefore
the
they have a
details
greater
via
level
email.
of
I'm going to
empathy
buy a
and love
fish.
than we do. I've
Yeah,
heard this
man.
before.
Yeah, and like I said,
And
you
if
can
that's
name
true,
the fish whatever.
then
I was
what
gonna
would that
talk to you
look
about
like
it and send you the
to
link.
you?
I did do a video
We
earlier
can say
today.
the human
You don't even have to watch
description
it.
of
Literally
empathy
in
and
the
love is
description
one
right
thing,
in
but
below,
if you
it's
put
got
that
the
empathy and love
registration,
on
the
another being,
sponsor.
what if it
Where
has no
it'll bring you
concept
right
of
to the
empathy
link
and
and
love?
tell you everything
What if
about
empathy
it.
and love are
But
not an
yeah, you can
evolutionary
put your
like
channel or
understanding? What if it's not
company,
even
whatever
part
the
of their
case may be.
evolutionary,
You can
you know,
name the fish
development?
whatever you
What if
want
they
it to be.
never loved?
And of
What if
course,
they
for
never
me,
had
I
empathy?
mean, if you have any decals
Then
or anything like
if
that,
they
boy,
are
I'll,
a
you
civilization
know, I'll hand them
that
out
has
there on the
more than
lot.
one
Like
of
I'll
them,
have channel
many of them,
decals and
if
just
they have
little things to
technology,
hand out to
by the
people
way,
with little
technology
things
usually
saying, "Go find
requires
me
a
on YouTube,"
unified
kind of thing,
effort
you know,
to
like
create.
cards.
Then how can they work
actually,
together
I'll
without
order you some
not
cards.
hurting each other?
Yeah, there you go.
Bernie,
Need
why don't-
Yeah.
each
Because I mean,
survive.
the first day is
travel other
kids' day,
planets or whatever.
but after that
Need
it's
each
an
other.
adults tournament.
And so,
It's
All right,
every
so have
game.
you cards
concludes
that,
that even if they're
have you
not
seen the
human
cards
and
he
they don't
does?
believe in
I
the same
did
values,
see the ones,
that
and
they
I
don't
believe
kill each other
I seen
just
the
because
case
they're
too
just
as well. They
bouncing
look
off
really
the
sharp.
walls
I
like
like
random
them very
atom
much.
particles
And
in
there's
space.
the QR
They have a
code that'll take
unified
you
and
directly
a
to the channel.
way of living
Simple
And
that
select.
allows
nice
them to
carbon
create
fiber
technology
case, by
in
the
a
way.
Yeah,
unified
I like
way,
that.
in
I really
whether
did
it
like
be a
that. I
civilization
seen
or
it was in the
whatever
stream
it
with
may
you
be.
when you got that.
And so I think that it
Mhm.
would naturally
Super cool, man.
conclude
Yeah,
that
almost.
these
so
beings do understand
that's another
they
thing
can't
on my
hurt each
to-do
other,
list tomorrow.
and therefore why
Yeah,
would
yeah.
they not think the same thing about
I
other
think
creatures? Why could they not
did I
extend
give
that
you
same
my, I might have given you
understanding
my
to
address.
other
I think
creatures
either
and not
way, I'll
just
send you the
themselves?
details of it.
If they
But,
can't,
Either send it to me or
then
send it to
again,
Coke, bro.
that's a concern
Probably,
because
Okay.
that means they
yep.
can't they can't
Okay, no
feel
worries,
for
no
us.
worries.
They can
man.
only
Yeah.
feel for each other.
Cook's,
And on
Cook's
this
a good
planet,
lad. You can
regardless of
trust
I'll
what they
have
believe, whatever they
a
believe,
merch
what they
stand
think,
there. So
we don't.
like
We
I'll
believe
have a
that
merch
we need
stand
to
right
be
there
able
on the
to
lot
respect
for the
other
first day
beings'
for the kids and
sovereignty.
stuff. Or with
Doesn't
my
mean that we
stickers,
do,
T-shirts.
but
I
what we
do.
don't,
I do
we
my
think
own
it's
shirts,
bad and
printing and
wrong.
all that. A
Objective.
few weeks, before the tournament.
Thank you so much,
And I'll
Sasquatch.
go with
I
like 30
again,
shirts,
I
50 shirts,
appreciate
and just hang
people
them on
challenging
the outsides
these
of the
opinions.
bleacher
I
thing. It's like a
appreciate
little
that.
booth
Thank
they'll
you,
give me.
Sasquatch.
So
Thank you everybody for
I
challenging.
do, I'll
Seriously, I
help
really
kids
appreciate it.
out, tie their
No.
hooks and
And
stuff.
now let
like
me
that, handouts.
Sorry, go
It's
ahead.
really
No,
cool.
go ahead.
And you
Excellent.
know,
But yeah,
I
yeah,
support
man.
what you said, and I
So
love
I'll
Sasquatch,
I'll
your
definitely be
comment
down
too.
with that.
But also, there's a
I'll
one
send
thing we must understand:
details to you,
they're coming to
or
us.
send
We are
the
not coming to
address if,
them.
for the cards
So
or whatever.
none
Let
of
me
us
know.
still,
Kurt or
yeah,
you,
we're going
it
to
doesn't matter.
Mars, we're going to Moon, or
And
whatever.
like
It
I
doesn't
said,
matter.
the next
But you're not
if someone can
coming
drop
in that
Kirk's
kind
Bernie's
of, I
link
should say,
to
invader
his store,
or
very reasonable
invasion
price.
way to take over
Put it
their
at
planet, over
checkout,
their
add code LC
species,
for
way
20%
of living, and
off this
etc.
month only.
We are kind of bargaining for their technology. That's what this cosmic conspiracy is about, with our own lives and with our own planet. What's kind of very
Yeah,
sad.
Judy wants to
So
go
even
fishing
if you
tomorrow,
take,
so we're gonna.
for
Yeah,
us, we need
get
food
out there,
and
bro.
shelter to
I'll try and
survive
catch
and
a
love to grow
stream.
and
I
environment
usually
and
look
We'll
whatever.
be
at
out early
And even
enough.
if you
You'll
take a
probably still
plant,
be up.
what does it
So
do?
I
It
might
fights
I
for the
might hang out,
sunlight.
come
Because
check
if you
you
go,
out.
you know,
If you're
different
still
plants
rocking,
level
I'll go
3, and then
live.
the
If we're, you know,
willow
if the morning
tree,
bite,
let's say
and then
it's
when you're
more like a
done, we'll
shrubs,
go live
they
on
Yeah,
fight
my
for
sweet.
the
channel.
Well,
sunlight, they fight
You
for
know what
the
I mean?
water, they
yep.
fight for the
Sounds like a
nutrients.
good plan, bro.
But they have
Fight
their
We'll
for
own
go get some
levels. So
sleep because
everything
I'll probably
works
shut this one down in about
harmonious way
1,
with one
2,
another.
3,
And we
4,
are not
5, 6,
coming to
7
them.
hours.
They're
7
coming
hours.
to
Yeah,
us.
And
So
that'll
they
work out
do
well.
have
We
to set
could
our
raid you,
standards.
bro.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you end
Well,
right
even
perfectly
again,
around
even
the
more,
time.
even
In
more
the week,
so,
during the week,
there
I've
is
noticed
an
I'm
objective
up for
reality.
work,
I think
and
that
you're
we all
still
recognize
rocking.
if the
So,
universe was,
you know,
if
No,
everybody,
this
if there
could
was
work out
complete
well.
anarchy
Big ups.
it's gonna work
in the
out.
There's
universe,
All right,
right?
Big
buddy.
Burton's link,
Nothing would
by the
survive.
way.
Nothing
No.
would
I'm out.
survive.
I'm gonna
It
check
would
out
be
that link with Kurt
complete
too,
and utter
'cause,
chaos.
I like those
If
cards.
there isn't
They
a,
look
a
slick.
unified effort, especially by us human
Oh,
beings as
okay,
we're
buddy.
on this planet, then we wouldn't, so we wouldn't make it. Especially again, especially because we're
All right,
growing
man.
so much.
I'll make sure to
As a
email you links
civilization,
to
growing in
sponsor a
number.
fish.
Yes.
Like I said, you can name the
True.
fish whatever
I
you
have
want.
something else for
You
everyone.
know, and you'll see
And
the
it's
links
this
go
and
ahead.
how they
article that was-
demonstrate it.
I found
There's a
this
big
article
name
on
I
Twitter
board.
I'll
by
tell you
Daryl
what. I'll
Leventis.
tell you what. I'll
Tom
tell you what.
DeLonge
I'm
made a
not
comment
planning any
about
more lives after
aliens,
this one,
right? And everybody,
because I've just got fucking a
whatever you
shit ton
think
of
about
shit
Tom
to do,
DeLonge,
right?
Yep.
The next
is what
time
you
you
think.
guys will see
But I
me
want to
live is
bring
on
up
Beers and
what I
Cheers.
found
Or
earlier
So how
about
about
Tom
you
DeLonge.
come on Beers and Cheers
Give me
and
1 second while
rock
I
it up,
pull it
bro?
up on
I'll be
Twitter.
down
Don't
with that.
worry.
You know that for sure.
All right,
So,
Right
let's
over
do
there.
that.
Tom DeLonge
I'm down with that.
posted on
but,
Twitter Twitter a
sounds
few
cool.
days ago.
Yeah, and any money that anything that
you know,
I'll make
someone
sure of
had
this
said something
too, like
about the
for the
aliens
next
being the Space Brothers and
you know,
sisters,
agreement
and
that
Tom
we have
DeLonge
for the
said the
re-up or
gods
whatever for the
are
gigs.
not
I'm going to use
friend-
that focus
referring
week
to
and
the-
strictly
to
on
the
the tournament. So
extraterrestrial
I
or
will do some
non-human
shout outs and stuff like that for
And
people that are
people
helping me
were
out
lighting
to
him.
make
The
that
UFO
happen.
Now,
community was
look,
lighting Tom
everyone
DeLonge.
knows I get pretty
They
lit
were
enough
just
to get
attacking
stuff,
him
and big up to
vociferously.
you.
It
You're
was really
always
bad.
honest with me.
And
It's
so,
like, where
as
we
a
at with the money,
consequence,
bro? How many gigs
Peter
are
Levenda,
you
the
for?
great
You're like,
author and
no, you're cool, bro. You're cool.
the
You
only
still
man
got
I've
two
ever
in your
seen
pocket.
go
Yeah.
down
And
the
I
total
respect
terms of
that.
mind,
See,
you
a
know,
lot
his
of people
ability
go,
to
yeah, no,
his
no,
knowledge
it's
base
true. We're true.
with Richard
You know
Doliet.
what I mean?
Well,
But
live.
that's the difference
He
between
wrote an
dealing with
article
honest
in
people and
response
fucking
to the
dishonest people.
criticism that Tom
It's,
DeLonge
you know, I've had a
had,
couple
received.
experiences in the past
And the article
with
is
partners
about
and stuff
that. So
honesty is always
it was
the best way
about
to go.
his
you know?
tweet that said that
that's
the UFO
just the way it
phenomenon
is when it comes
is
to
a
business.
potential threat to human
A liar
life
can
on
only
Earth.
get
Some
themselves
critics
so fucking far.
accused
You know what I mean?
Tom
People
DeLonge
As
of
soon as
being
you
the
tell
government's
line
stooge,
business,
you're stuck in
warmonger
it. Yeah,
for his
you're
position
fucked.
on the
well,
matter.
it's pretty much.
However,
Yeah,
when Peter
you're
Levenda
pretty
wrote
much
the
You gotta
article,
be
he
straight.
argues that
comes
these
out, you're
assumptions are
Yeah.
So,
misguided
but as far
and
as the
confused,
other
and
situation
confuse the
at
issue
hand, we won't get
unnecessarily.
into it. But
Levenda points out
on
that
another
the
night, I know
assumption
that
that
Judy,
DeLonge is a shill for the Pentagon or the CIA
she's
to
I don't know how
increase
to
U.S.
explain,
government
but she's
defense
like
spending
she's
is
analytic.
flawed.
She'll literally
He says that U.S.
go
this is a
find
quote,
the information,
quote,
and there's
US
been a lot of
spending on
drama
defense
around. I'm
for
not gonna lie, there's been a
far
little bit of
outstrips
drama around
those of
the
the
whole
next
concept
9
that I'm
countries
paid by
combined.
you.
And that includes
you know, oh,
China
if you didn't need it,
and
you
Russia.
wouldn't be here, and all
So,
this fucking
no
nonsense.
need, no one
that I
needs
keep
Tom
hearing.
DeLonge
I'm going to tell the
talking
people
about
straight
UFOs
out.
to have
I haven't
any,
even watched a video. I
appreciable
haven't watched
effect on
one
the
fucking
defense
second
budget.
of it. I
And
don't
that's
really
unquote.
give a shit. It's my girlfriend that kind of
In
cares.
fact, the amount of money spent by the U.S.
You know, she
government on
doesn't,
UFO
she's
research
not, you know, she doesn't
is
want to get involved with any of that
minuscule
stuff. She's a
compared to
really
other
kind,
defense
gentle
spending.
lady.
Levenda
There has
also
been
it is
some
points out that
unfortunate
assuming
that
the Pentagon
turn of
needs
affairs, but
more
Yeah,
guns
and
to
so
defend the
you know,
US from
she's
the
got a
UFO
bit of
phenomenon is a
resentment.
dangerous assumption.
She's like, I
He
don't
says,
know, I got to
quote,
talk to Lincoln.
it implies
You
that
know,
UFO
maybe we'll let it out on
is
ladies'
nothing
night
more
or
than a
something, and I'll
weapons
address the
platform
situation. She
that can
feels
be
like maybe she should
neutralized
have to
if
defend
we
herself. And I
had
said, fuck, you
more
don't have
or
to do a
better
damn thing,
missiles.
man.
Yeah,
It
I
is
don't do
entirely
anything.
possible
You know, it's
that
not.
conventional
It's
weapons,
nonsense.
empty vessels
for
make
example,
the most
up to
noise,
the
bro.
up
Well,
to and
you know,
including
it's funny
chemical and
because
biological weapons and
that's
nuclear
exactly
weapons
the case.
would
you
have
know?
no effect at
It's just
all
I
on
find
the
it
phenomenon.
really ironic that
Levenda
somebody who
emphasizes the need
started
for global
over,
cooperation
from
to
what
defend
I've
the
seen,
Earth from
they
an
came to your
outside
channel
or alien
based off
force.
the
He says,
politics of
to
being harmed
fear,
from
this is a
another
quote,
channel
to
that was
fear an
being
enemy
that was bullying
is not
them
to be a
or
warmonger
picking on
or a
them.
shill for the
And
Pentagon.
now you look at
This
them
goes far
6 months
beyond
down
any
the road,
normal
and
experience
they're
or
becoming
potential conflict
the
with a
what
battlefield
exactly they're
that
trying to
stretches
trash
from
talk
our
everybody else
homes to the
about. They're
skies,
condoning and
from our
allowing every
bodies
person that
to
they
our
talk shit about,
minds,
and they're
unquote.
just letting it
He
and riding
argues
it
that the
through.
entire planet
And
needs
everybody
to
on
be
their panels
defended,
literally
not just one country,
sitting there
and
knowing
that our
it,
nation
you know,
borders
and
are
the person
irrelevant
admits
for
it,
an invading
full out,
extraterrestrial
admitted it
force.
straight out. They'll do
Levenda
anything
also
to get the
cautions
views. So
against
I mean,
projecting
who's
human
really
concepts
using
into
it?
the phenomena.
You
Guilty
know
of
what
this
I mean,
himself,
Lincoln?
as we
Like,
have no
who
idea
cares
what
if I get
environment gave
paid
rise
to
to the
play a little
alien
bit of
or
music here?
non-human
It
intelligence.
helps a lot.
Well,
Or
I
how
just
But
it's
think,
somebody said, go
He
get a
says,
fucking
quote,
job. And I'm
we
like,
keep
listen,
projecting
honey,
our 21st
okay,
century
you'd have
North
to
American
serve,
ideas
even in
and
the
concepts
9 months
and
of the
conceits
summer that
onto a
I'm able to
phenomena
work
about
because
which we
of
know
temperature.
virtually
Because A, you're not
nothing.
allowed to apply
Ironically,
product
the
on
less we
anything
know about
over
it,
-8 or
the
9 when
year,
when it comes
that
to
projection
shingling.
becomes
Cracks the
unquote.
product, and in the spring
Furthermore,
when it expands,
Lavenda
it's fucked.
suggests that the UFO
So
phenomena may
there's a
be
time in the
attacking
winter
us
when we shut
through
down.
the manipulation of
You got to serve a
consciousness
lot of
yeah.
fucking tables
or
to make the amount of money that
you
I
know,
make in a
he
day
says,
on
that's
the
a
roof.
lot. Look,
quote,
some
what
channels
if
are trying
they
to
are
tide
attacking
us
us
and go,
using genetics?
we'll come on the
A slight
panel, right?
modification
Come
of
on the
junk
panel,
DNA
we'll get you
here
some subs.
and there
Right?
Yeah.
would
Well,
have
Who
remarkable
gives a
effects
fuck
down the
about
line.
subs? You want to get
No.
fucking
And they seem
paid.
to have a lot of
Well,
time
that's
on their
it.
hands.
I
This
can
is
get
a
subs,
this
man.
is this is
Process to run its
what
course.
night is
What
it?
if they're
Saturday
attacking us
night
through the
in
manipulation of
Canada right now.
consciousness?
Yeah, yeah.
Now,
You
that
could be out
sounds
playing a
far-fetched.
bar, bro.
It's Sunday
Instead
night
of
for
out
you.
Been doing
instead
that
of out
ourselves
playing
for
a
a
fucking
long
bar,
time.
you're
Unquote.
here playing
And in
for us.
conclusion
Oh,
to this whole
100%.
thing, Lavenda
Oh,
argues that
100%.
we need
Yeah,
to
100%.
re-examine
Some
our
people
ideas
realize
about
that, some people don't.
vulnerabilities,
They'll have an eye for
defense,
business, some people
survival,
don't.
and the entire
Yeah,
field of
well,
human
you know,
conflict before
let
we
the
can
haters hate,
begin
but-
to
Free rides
understand
just don't come
what type
along.
of threat we
You know,
might face
you'll end up
from
getting
the
fucked over.
Hey,
quote-unquote
Siri,
Pay
alien.
everyone and
He
be
says,
happy.
quote,
And be honest,
thus
that's an
to come
honest
up with a
approach, you know
means
what I
of
mean?
defending
When you
the
can,
earth
if you can't,
from an
you can't. I
outside
get it.
or
You're
We're
helping
all
out my
creators,
channel.
or
I'm helping
even
out
just
your
to
channel,
begin to
100%.
and
understand
plus
what that
you're getting
force
paid
is,
for your time.
will
It's
require the
win-win.
cooperation of
It's
every
win-win, and I just don't
in
see
every
any harm in that, and I don't
human
see how that's
human
becoming like
fields
a thing.
and
you
human
know?
endeavors. unquote. So the author
a
argues that
trending
we are
topic
not
in
giving
the
enough to understand aliens and
Snipes
non-human,
den.
and
Yeah,
that
exactly.
we need to
It's
shift
just
our approach
it's
in
fucking,
order to
you know, we
defend
don't
ourselves against the
listen.
phenomenon.
I don't
They
get
propose
that
creating
what
systems to
everybody has an
communicate
entitlement
with
to an
the
opinion. Everybody has
non-human or
entitled to
alien,
feelings and everything like
and
that.
suggest
Feelings suck
using
because
encoded color
depending
light
on what
signals
perceptions
to
at hand, you
indicate
can really look
when
at
the
things
phenomena
differently if you're not
approaches.
looking at it in
The
the
author
right
believes that
perception.
we have
But from
their
what I've
attention
seen,
and that
somebody
it's time
fucked
to
up,
turn it
slipped, pissed you off,
into our advantage.
and you know
However,
their loyalty
they
only
also
went as
caution
far
that
as
we
until
must
something
proceed
went
slowly
wrong.
and
The first
carefully,
thing something went
assuming
awry.
that the phenomena is
Look at what
dangerous to
happened.
us
The
in
first
ways
time
we
there's one
can't
little
even
problem.
imagine.
Look at where
They
everything went.
conclude by
So
stating that
you
there is
already
no
knew
going
right
back
from the get-go
now,
the
and that
loyalty
the
only
alien
went so
non-human
far.
is already here.
And, you know, it is what it is.
Then you-
So for anybody
I
else that thinks
love
that's
that you
something you want
actually
to connect
share
to,
this,
I just don't see a channel progressing
reading
on
with
that
us
type of content.
because
That's
first of
all they're
all,
relying
we
on
know
is
who you're talking
shit.
about.
build a
I
channel
respect the
off of
person,
hype.
no, and
No, no,
usually
you
Not gonna
his
work because when the hype
opinion
runs
is
out, what
very.
else is left?
Thank you,
Nothing.
Dad.
Oh, and one day she'll hit the big leagues, big
You know,
leagues. Some
basically,
YouTubers will probably
it's
put her
really
right in her
validated.
place. You know what I
It's
mean?
really,
Like,
you know, somebody
it'd
that
be a
we
very
respect
crushing
and that we
world
know.
out there.
And
I think
personally,
she's only seen a
I do
fraction of
myself
what these
too.
people can
I
really do
totally
around here,
agree
'cause
when
I'll
it's
tell ya,
coming
YouTube
to
can be
actually
a big
defending
world.
the Mother
TGI1,
Earth, defending
very big ups to
humanity,
you,
and
brother man.
defending of
Don't
who
wanna be
we are
fucking
and
hating
what
on
we
me.
stand in for.
Very
And that's where
TGI1
basically
is a
my
ball of like
entire
maybe lots thrown
opinion
around.
stay regarding this,
bullshit.
little poem that he wrote about. But I don't think people should judge her because not everything is that you see like it's in cartoons and in movies. It could be far
Right.
away from those
Right.
things, you know, that we see over there.
Right. And Deb from SAC, thank you so much for the super chat. Wow, big spenders tonight. So tardy, but not too late for a super chat. Marquise and Danielle rock the universe.
Thank
We are
you.
rocking the universe right now. Thank you so much, Deb from SAC, for the super chat. Showing some love here. I want to say, Jay Burke, I am not ignoring your comments. I'm reading every single one of them. I read every single one. You are not wrong. The thing is, Jay Burke, you're not wrong. That's not the point, though. The point isn't that there is a problem with us, because we know that there's a problem with us. The question is there also a problem with them, with us? And it seems like, according to these experts and researchers, there is. And that's kind of, not all of them, obviously. There's not, you can't just put that branding on everything. But
Listen,
at least the ones that have been
man, oh
interacting
my
with us for the
god,
most part,
dude. That would have
comment,
not
I
been
guess.
good.
I think we need to pay attention. So that's where we are at. And there was something else that I wanted to mention, by the way. Let's see here. So
we mail blasted the universe.
one of the things that I thought was super important over the week was there was actually a case with NASA seeing footage of
Meg
of
blast
craft.
in the universe.
Oh,
And
really?
I can only show you I can't show
I
you
don't know
anything of
about
it.
that one. See, surprise me. I don't know about that one. I don't know.
So I'm going to show you the one picture, and I know listen, there's a couple of them. I'm going to show you the one or the couple of them because they're the only ones I can show. The website is cluttered with advertisement,
Mhm.
but the source of this is not. It's really good stuff. So give me 1 second while I share this with you.
Of course.
Apparently, there was a sighting that was caught by NASA.
Wow.
And I'll leave it up to everyone in the chat to decide whether or not you believe this is an actual UFO. And there's something else I wanted to mention too. So here's the footage. I'm going to read a little here. The footage in itself was actually captured by NASA's own International Space Station and has been posted all over the internet by Street Cap 1 as a means of providing just how sketchy NASA really is. Here is the picture of the lights in the sky. There's a video too, but again, I can't play the video because there's two. I'll try to play it real quick before anything bad comes up.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. It's really hard to tell.
Of course. Yeah.
So while we talk, I'll let this just play for a moment. So here it is. So we're gonna watch this and we're gonna talk about this. Danielle, we know that NASA has been observing space long before. We keep thinking that it's a new thing that NASA's got involved with their new UAP. They call it UFO, but we call it UFOs. They got this new UAP effort that they're going to investigate. NASA is, but they're only investigating civilian data. But now someone posted their own data, one piece of their own data, and that is that there's these lights in the sky that are being captured. I don't know if this is real or not. I'm not saying that it is, but I wanted to see what the chat says, and I think it's interesting. Danielle?
You know what? This is the first time I see this video, and I'm really staring at it. gonna be honest to you. It's possible that it's extraterrestrials. Yeah, like I'm not an expert for the videos. To me, it looks very real, but I'm thinking, that's what it is, and what it could be.
I wanted to call out this comment, the social dig with Mr. Rob Gee. A lot of people refuse to think about the malevolent possibility. They won't even entertain the conversation. We need to consider both possibilities. Better to be prepared than not, in my opinion. I agree
Love
with
it,
you
love it.
100%. Yeah. I think there's a pretty consistent theme here, Danielle, and it's good that we, it's, again, Jay Burke, to your point, we cause a lot of destruction on this planet to ourselves. But that doesn't mean we should ignore the potential dangers of other beings because we cause damage. That's kind of counterintuitive to our survival, my friend. And again, I want you to continue to challenge me on here. We don't want an echo chamber. I don't believe in an echo chamber. I believe in being challenged, my thoughts and ideas being challenged. So Jay Burke, your opinion is valued. Especially when it comes to challenging us on the show. We appreciate that and value that. So, but social dig, I wanted to also call your comment out because again, we agree with that opinion entirely. I think that we should also consider both possibilities and look at this, of course, objectively. Jessica,
of course,
the video is still playing in the background. In case anybody is listening and isn't watching, there are two lights in a strange form factor as this satellite is viewing these lights traveling in it. They're just stuck there. They're stuck there. They're not even moving. Again, I'm not saying this is an authentic. This is like a UFO or aliens. I don't know what it is, but it is interesting. It is strange. And what's even more interesting is that NASA is the one who caught it, according to this source. So,
and that's what I'm saying. Is it possible? It is. I'm not saying it is or it's yes or no, but I'm on a scale 50-50. So, and I'm not expert for the videos, but so far what I'm seeing to me looks quite interesting, Marquise, and thank you for sharing it.
For a few minutes.
Joe Monk says, the bear might not eat you, but it might.
True. Yeah, you never know. Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Everybody, we are so close to the end. I honestly lost track of time. I totally forgot. I'm so sorry.
Wow.
I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Danielle, do you have any last words for all of our chatters, all of our friends here for the end of the show?
I want to say thank you, each and every one of you, for joining us this evening. Tomorrow we're going to have a wonderful, guest joining us. Don't miss that. And I want to wish everybody a happy and blessed Easter, and may you all be happy and surrounded by love and light.
I second that. I wish everyone a happy holiday, happy Easter, a wonderful Easter with your family. And I want to say again, I really appreciate the chat. You don't understand. It's like we're having a conversation with friends. That's how I feel. I feel like you're all our friends, and everybody, whether you challenge us or agree with us, that's what friends do. That's how friends are. We talk to each other. We say, hey, I don't agree with that, and let's talk about that. That's what this is about. This is about challenging each other's ideas and refining our arguments until we come to a conclusion together, or at least we explore the possibilities together, and all of them. So I want to thank the chat for being so involved and so engaged throughout tonight, and I want to thank everyone for being so friendly, and I want to thank the super chatters. I want to give a shout out to Paranormal Pixie, Steve Wolf, Donnie Cho again, and Deb from SAC for the super chats. They really do help us out. And if you haven't already, smash that like button, everybody. Abduct the subscribe. Don't forget to show some love and to share this video on your social platforms, because that helps out with the YouTube algorithm as well. And so here we go with the last of the last part of the show. A special thanks to everyone listening in at home, in your cars, at work, wherever you may be. Thanks to everyone participating in the chat. YouTube, Facebook, Spaced Out Travelers Club, on our website, and Twitter at Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyrighted by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Ltd. Thanks for sharing your night with us. Happy Easter, everyone. Don't forget to show up tomorrow, because Happy Easter, and Danielle has a special show tomorrow. So don't forget to be there, because we got a really special night for everyone tomorrow. And of course, together, my friends, you all know how this ends. We own the night.
Love it.
No.